Jesus. That was 2 months since we were last here. Hot damn.
Yeah, let's go.
Right. Now this is why I need Junior. To give me the recap, because what the fuck happened last time? I think it, wait, is it in here? Is it in here? Oh, it's here. Thank you. We're going to set a trap to find out if public security release item. Where to go? Unable to progress. Is it because I have him with me? Oh, friend. God damn it, now this is where I really wish I could watch like a recap video or something. Because what the fuck happened last time? I remember we fought this guy last time. Right. We were fighting him, but then we came to an agreement to fight public security together. Exactly. So try to pinch the cutscenes really quick. You know what? We honestly should have done that, cause oof, man. What the hell happened last time? There was something about the public security thing. Now, how do you play this game again?
Roll this table. You can't.
Hi,
you
Cal.
can break a brick with this thing.
Scared me. Trying to get the hang of this again. Wait, I know what will get me back into it. Me not being able to run in a straight line. Ah, here we go. Back in my element. Hey, easy clap, first try. He still got it. The claw machine champion. Hacks. He got it first try. And he hasn't touched a claw machine in 2 months. Can we do a drug test on him? Is he taking performance enhancing drugs? How does he do it? Claw machine enhancing drugs. Specifically. Yeah, see, he just got another one. How does he can't keep getting away with this? How does he do it? He's gonna clear out the machine in no time. Such mess. Are we gonna go free for free? Call out the undefeated, undisputed claw machine champion. Free for free. He's done it again. I mean, at that point, might as well just clear out the machine, right? At that point, might as well just clear out the machine. Oh, that would have been so stylish if he did a front flip and fell into the hole. No, my claw machine enhancing drugs. They're wearing off. Feels weird, man. Gotta inject some more. Quick. No, it's wearing off. I just need one more hit. Just one more dose. Missed 2 in a row. This man's career is over. You should have retired when you were on top, man. You're already washed up. Career's already over. Might as well retire. Quit while you're ahead, man. You just missed 3 in a row. Come on, dude. Get it together. His claw machine days are long over now. Now it felt backwards. Oh my god. Bro, so it's the golf man with the raid. Appreciate the raid, God. Raiding just in time for the claw machine. People governor. It is done. Yeah, I saw your announcement. You finished the Star Wars game already. Nice. How'd you like it? Am I the only one in this arcade? Nah, I think I'm just holding up the line, to be honest. There's like 50 kids standing behind me, waiting for their turn. You have a chance at the penguin. Yeah, the kids have just been standing here all day. Sir, excuse me. Are you done yet? I want to try the machine too. Yeah, and then when they finally come up here, the claw machine's all empty. I cleared it out. I got all the penguins. Just walking out of the arcade. Just carrying like 10 different penguins in my arms. Walking out of the arcade. This green one is really putting up a fight, huh? Oh my god. Oh, wait, what is that? Oh no. Not a 7 raid. Monk W. Oh, when Mr. Junior shows up, it's 7 raids. Hello, Mr. Junior. Only halfway done with the first game, Jesus. So much stuff to do. And the new Star Wars game. Whoa! What the fuck, man? That's uncalled for, Mr. 7. What is this? What did they do to you? Play DBD challenge. Well, say no more, my friend. I like you all of a sudden, Mr. 7. Alright, well, I guess that does it for the Lost Judgment stream. Pen7! Nah, he's an honest Twitch chat viewer. He just wants me to play DBD. But also, what the fuck? It's just boring, tedious stuff. Yep, in Star Wars. Last remaining stuff. Yeah, that doesn't sound very fun. Why, how is he standing like that? I knocked them both over. Do what a number tells you. Oh shit. Now there's two rooting for the sleeping. You know what? I mean... You can get 12 hour Judgment stream. From the looks of it, it might be a 12-hour DBD stream. Mr. 7 and Deontay, they both want the people asleep. Play this game for the rest of the stream. It's 2 against 1. I'm gonna need one more for this game, and then we'll see. You have until I get this pink one. Play this game. Okay, see now. Okay, now we're even. Okay, well then we'll stay on this. Right, this is it. We're getting the green penguin. You're blackmailing his viewers. Yeah, isn't that what you're supposed to do? Isn't that how you become a streamer? Isn't that what streamers do? Your hand in your assignments. Sounds like a good idea. Why is it shaking? Who's pushing the machine? Bounty Hunter missions? Those at least sound fun. But also, definitely not 12 hours, no, because we got here late and I actually didn't get the best sleep last night, so... Anything, it might be a short one. Finally got you. Finally got you, you green penguin. And me. Right, but also, it's actually perfect that Mr. Junior is here, because I need a quick recap. What happened last time? See, the red one was easy to get. It's just that green one that really put up a fight. We cleared out the machine. You can finally have your turn now, kids. Have fun. Have fun playing the empty claw machine. Only did 3 hours. It's empty. I should ask the front desk to fix that. What the fuck? He didn't even refill it with penguins.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, we did that last time, but we also fought the vapor guy last time. And then we became friends to fight someone. But who is it that we teamed up against to fight? Yeah, this guy right here. Koana, that's his name. Yeah. We fought him last time, but then we made up in the end, and then we went to go have dinner at that one place, and then there was that guy from like a dragon making the food. But then yeah, we teamed up. Why is it that we teamed up again? We played Mahjong with this guy. I don't think so, unfortunately. He likes to vape, so I don't think he likes Mahjong. Which way is it to Mahjong? Is it this way? Not interested, yeah. I just play Mahjong by myself. Okay, go. 6 hack. Yeah, because I still can't run in a straight line. What the fuck, man? They're waiting outside for me. That's messed up, man. What the hell? Look at him. Waiting outside the Mahjong pile for me to beat my ass. Gentlemen, please. Could I interest you all in a game of Mahjong? But let's settle this like civilized people with a game of Mahjong. Wow, the new Star Wars game is shorter than the first one? That's surprising. I thought it would be longer. Yo. Time to play some Mahjong. Yeah, they were both checking their phone. Okay, hopefully they'll be gone after a game of Mahjong. Yeah, here's hoping. They'll lose interest, surely, right? They'll lose interest after a quick game of Mahjong. What the fuck? That means they're one away from winning again or something, right? You just started. What? She's cheating. Wrecked. What? We were like 4 turns in or something. Yeah, it was really weak. We only lost 1,000 life points. There's still hope. That was so fast, though. Excuse me? I want to see you play Mahjong. See how you do it. Busy being a Jedi. I really like the sound that it makes. Mahjong ASMR. Excuse me? Everyone is cheating at this table. How in the world? Can I get new opponents? These guys.
Lucky you.
Yeah, these guys are all cheating. I only lost 700. At least I'm. Wait, I am last. At least I'm not. Wait, no, I am last. Oh, where? No one has had Ricci yet. What? They stopped cheating? What am I? No. Yo, I got 3 dragons. I think I have 4. We got 3 green ones. Are we gonna win? Push champ? Okay. It's a draw. No one wins. Right, final round. I wasn't paid peanuts. What? Oh my god, he's back cheating. Not like this, man. Not like this. What? He's cheating. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I agree. Oh, that guy had. He's. Oh my god. Holy Omega hand. Fuck yeah, I wasn't last. That's a win right there. Easy money. I think I lost money, but whatever. I wasn't last. Park. Alright, are those Yakuza boys still raiding outside for me? Oh no, thank god they're gone. Did they finish checking Insta? Seems like it. I found someone else to harass instead. Find someone else to go beat up. Alright, we did the usual thing. We checked. Oh, we didn't check. We played our claw machine and we played our mahjong. Now we're ready to continue the main game. I think, right? Yeah, I think that's all I can do. Is this guy's with me. Gotta zigzag because I can't run in a straight line with this controller.
Wanna slow down, Yagami-san?
Hey.
Ah, just the two I've been waiting for. Excellent work, by the way.
Hey, Got those burner phones ready?
Of course I do. Who do you think I am? I still
Look
don't
at all
fully
the
get what's going on.
plushies.
Yagami-san, what are we gonna do with these?
Okay, I'll break it down. First, we call Kawana on one phone. Let's say this one here. Then we use this other phone to call Reiko Kusamoto, using them that way. The phones won't be connected to each other, but their voices will be relayed so they can talk normally.
Oh, okay. And then?
If public security finds out Reiko Kusamoto's talking to Kawana, they'll trace the call without actually finding him. And we can see exactly who they send without risk of being seen ourselves.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm getting it.
Surely you don't intend to do that here, do you? That would put a beacon on us for Kawana-san's enemies.
Yeah, we'll do it somewhere remote. We need a place where nobody would raise an eyebrow at an army of public security boys. And it's gotta have a good vantage point.
There's a building under construction not far from here. It's late, so no one should be around that may get involved unintentionally.
Where is it?
It's right near Seirio High. There's a crane by the river too. You'll know when you see it.
Okay, you two stay put. I should be able to handle this alone.
You sure about that?
Let me at least put out a drone, Yagami-shi, even if it isn't much. I'll use it to capture the faces of Kawana-san's pursuers.
That'd be good.
I got 100 yen for that. Hold on. Do I have sandwiches? No, I need sandwiches. Chicago. Let's go buy some sandwiches. Hey, give me all your sandwiches, please. I know it sounds like a robbery, but no, I promise it's not. I just need all your sandwiches. Mountain Dew. Thanks. Can I just take a taxi? I don't want to run there because of the thumbstick. Oh, the cat's over there. What's this? Isn't this like a bakery? Completely trashing the whole store. Cafe. I'm low on health. Give me special pancakes. And a cream latte. Thanks, man.
Starving. Now we're talking. Pretty tasty, thanks.
I'm not here. You don't see me.
This must be the construction site Tsukumo was talking about.
$100 for walking to a construction site.
This is
Tsukumo. Yagamishi, I've confirmed your position.
Yeah. I think I can spot whoever comes close from here. I'm gonna call Kawana on the burner now.
Understood. It's Kawana.
You ready? I'm about to call Reiko Kusamoto. Once you're connected, you take it from there.
It's been 5 years since I last spoke to her.
Yeah. Can't imagine this won't be awkward.
I know. Okay, do it.
Yes, hello?
This is Kitakata, from Kurakawa Academy.
What?
You'll have to forgive me for this, but the position I'm in required me to reach out to you. I would never have done this otherwise. I should also note, there's a high probability this phone call is being tapped.
I see. Very well, then.
It's been 13 years, Kusumoto-san.
So it has.
Kitakata-sensei.
I've read about your accomplishments. To think you'd become a vice minister.
You never really know how things are going to work out.
But that's not true at all, Kusumoto-san. You were always destined to move up in the world. I've got to be honest with you. A woman as virtuous and as capable as you deserves the world and then some.
But how is Mitsuru-kun?
I'm afraid he's still asleep. Nothing's changed.
I see. I wish I had the words.
What is it you wanted?
If you've been watching the news, you probably already heard. I've become a prime suspect for a crime. They think I murdered Yokosawa in her apartment.
I've heard.
Obviously, it wasn't me who killed her, of course. Do you happen to remember Sawa-kun by any chance?
The girl from your class. She was the only one of those students who ever came to visit Mitsuru. But even then, that's been at least 10 years now. I got a letter from her once. She wanted to tell me she'd become a teacher. But I never did reply. And that was the last I'd heard from her.
I see.
So back to my question. What do you want?
I hope you weren't planning to ask me for a favor. I'm afraid the answer would be no.
No, it's not that. It's just... I wanted to let you know that at some point, someone may come to you to ask a few questions about me. I thought I should give you a heads up. I'll make every effort to ensure they won't cause any trouble for you, Kusumoto-san. I'm sorry about this. I'll try to handle it from my side.
So in your opinion, then, do you believe anything related to you could cause me any trouble?
Don't worry. I'm sure you'll be just fine.
We're almost to the signal. Kill the headlights.
2 cars inbound. Looks like we were right on the money. This proves Reiko Kusamoto's phone is compromised. And if there's one organization capable of tracing a call and moving on it, it's gotta be public security on the hunt for Kona.
Public security is really coming straight to you by car?
No. There's no way they could mobilize their people that quickly. My guess, it's gotta be the prefectural police that they've got in their pocket. Or it's just RK.
I will say it's been great to hear your voice again. But this should be the last time you ever hear from me. I'll try my best.
I understand. Goodbye.
Hey, look. It's a drone. It has a phone attached to it. Shoot it! Shoot it down!
You sure?
Just take it down! Hurry it up! Hey! What the fuck are you aiming at?
I can't hit it! It's too small!
What the fuck? What a scrub.
Damn, dude. How the hell are we supposed to chase down a drone? And where the fuck is this Kuwana guy?
Who knows, man? They called us in to catch this shithead, but how the hell are we supposed to do that? It's fucked up. Do we look like Spec Ops?
Yeah, right. But at least you gotta shoot that thing.
This is my second time, actually. I took a few shots at some kids in a park. I aimed at the ground and sent those little shits running their lives.
We're done here. Pack it in.
That's 6 punks and only 1 gun between you by my count.
Who the fuck are you?
It was you guys in charge. I'm sure Kuwana would have had this whole thing solved a long time ago. Well, then again, I suppose I do have to give you credit for how fast you made it here.
That was my gun, asshole!
Who's the one giving the orders? You may as well just level with me. You guys are RK's bottom rung, right?
It sounds like you must know Kuwana. Well, I guess we're not gonna be leaving here empty-handed after all. Come on! We're taking this guy in, boys! Fuck him up!
Oh boy, here we go. How do you do this again?
Let's go.
Off to a great start. Already on the floor. Yeah, there's L1 to block. Oh my god. I completely forget how to use the stance. Hold on. Go to the one. This one. I want to pick up the sledgehammer. Hold up. I gotta chuck down a few sandwiches. There we go. No, I broke the sledgehammer with that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wrecked. Hey, fuck this guy up with the traffic cone. Casual slap. Still that lunch money, Park. Got 2,000 yen from them.
Who sent you here?
The order came from the head honchos in RK.
You mean Soma?
Not that high up. It was one of the bosses. There's a bunch of them.
What did they tell you to do once you found Kuwana?
They just said to catch him. Well, they also made it very clear not to kill him. Like we'd pulled the trigger. We never even heard what our cut was.
Just another useless grunt. Tell me, gentlemen, how would you feel if you found out you were just pawns in public security's game?
We're playing what game now?
I suggest you quit RK while you can. Go tell your buddies. Get them out too. Otherwise, they'll keep you in the dark, use you, and toss you aside. And then, you'll end up in a ditch there's no crawling out of.
Yes?
Pardon me. You would be Reiko Kusumoto, correct?
Sir, it's a little late for this. And how'd you get in here in the first place? I've expressly forbid having visitors.
Calm now. I'm a coordinator with the National Police Bureau, but I'm sure you're familiar with my Division of Public Security. Bondo is my name, ma'am.
Are you now? Well, I'm afraid coordinator is rather vague.
I have a more public-facing title as well, of course. But I'm trying to be discreet here, so let's not get bogged down with minor details. It's in our best interests. I'm afraid that won't help. I've already seen to that.
What is this?
There's a question I need answered with some urgency, Kusumoto-san. It concerns the disappearance of a certain individual.
Huh.
About 5 years ago, a man vanished off the streets of Kamurocho. I'm sure you'll recognize him. A former classmate of Mitsuru-kun here, Shinya Kawai. I believe there are things you might know. I can say that with some level of certainty as a matter of fact.
Oh my god. We finished a chapter. What in the world? A recap, finally.
A shadow looms over Yagami and Kuwana. Japan's National Intelligence Agency, Public Security, fixes its gaze on Reiko Kusumoto of the Ministry of Health. 5 years ago, Kuwana prompted her to take revenge on Shinya Kawai for pushing her son to the brink. Secrets can only lie dormant so long, and upon their waking, chaos ensues.
Chapter 11. Undercover. How many chapters does it have again? A few days later.
You've done it again, Tsukumo. Can't believe you found it.
I figured Mitsuru Kusumoto would be in one of the better hospitals around the health.
Yo, Higashi is
That
here.
narrowed it down to just a few locations. Then I pinpointed the exact one through sheer determination.
And that led you to Toto University Hospital. So Mitsuru is still lying in a coma there?
Yep. Reiko Kusumoto has been visiting her son every night for the past 13 years, even after she became vice minister. If you gentlemen want to meet her in person, that would be your best chance.
But Yagami, you seriously think you can convince Reiko Kusumoto to turn herself in?
Well, I'm gonna try at least.
She's at the top of the food chain. If it comes out that she committed murder, the whole country's gonna lose it.
If they hadn't tried to hide it, nobody else would have needed to pay for it. Sawa-sensei.
Yeah. You're right.
And if she confesses to killing Kawai, public security will run out of reasons to keep defending RK. So in theory, that should free up the police to pursue Soma about Sawa-sensei.
Totally agree with you there.
But Kawana-san's against that, right? Didn't he say he wouldn't let her turn herself in?
Yeah. That's why he's not in the loop on this.
So, you're just gonna show up? You do know she's probably surrounded by public security at all times, don't you?
Just means we gotta be prepared for that. Like the professional detectives we are.
Prepared? How?
Just leave it to us. Yagami-san, I gotta go get ready. Let's meet at Toto University Hospital.
Got it.
See ya.
So what do you need from me in this, Yagami?
You got any old acquaintances in RK? Think you can find out where Soma and Akutsu are?
You forget who you're talking to? Why wouldn't I be able to cover that? I knew a few ex-Tojo guys who go in and out of RK on the regular.
Thanks. But watch your back. If they find out you're spying on them, they won't like it.
I'll be ready, like the professional ex-Yakuza I am. See ya.
He's rough around the edges, but in the end, he comes through.
Yeah. Turns out he's got extra time on his hands.
Why don't you hire him at your office, Yagamichi?
I'll talk about that with Kaito-san once he recovers. Anyway, sorry Tsukumo, but we have to take Sugiura from you again.
Why start apologizing now? It's all good. We'll talk again soon.
Actually, I had to Totoro University Hospital and convince Psycho Emoto to turn herself in. Look at all the plushies. But first... Any side mission? Take a taxi. Isn't this an antique store or something? I can't buy sandwiches here.
いらっしゃいませ。
Man, oh. I haven't really bothered with any of this. Too advanced for me. Gotta min-max my Yagami.
ありがとうございました。
Never bother getting stuff for him. Yeah, like all of this here. Oh, this gear that gives you like extra stats and stuff. Yeah. It's kind of whatever. It's just kind of whatever. Like, I don't want to bother min-maxing my Yagami.
いらっしゃいませ。 ありがとうございます。
But also, do you remember how many chapters this has again? Uh, 11. We just got to 11. It's 13. We're getting there. Getting there very slowly. Steadily. We're getting there. So, yeah. 3 more, I guess, including this one. I don't have any ongoing side cases, do I? I think all I have is, yeah, the school stuff. Should we do that? And the should we go do the girl thing? The girls bite thing? Every attack you block. Yeah, I'm gonna take the taxi because I don't want to. I don't want to run down there, not with the broken thumbstick. Doing Kaido files after. I would like to, but realistically, it's probably not gonna be right away. It's probably gonna be a little bit before we do it. Yeah, most likely not right away. Most likely not. That is if we finish the game this week. Most likely not. Because we've got the Silent Hill marathon coming up. I haven't played any of them. Well, you still got like 2 weeks. You still got time. What day is that again? Yeah, on the 15th. The 15th? On the 15th this month? That's when we plan on starting the Silent Hill marathon. Yeah, you still got like 2 weeks to start your own Silent Hill playthrough marathon.
Yagami-san!
Ah, Yagami-san, welcome! I'm totally sorry, Yagami-san. What kind of pack today? So I can't chat one-on-one. What the fuck? Why is there so many? Why is it a fucking sausage fest in here? Yeah. Wait, how do you sound drunk again? Bro, what's that? Hey, Kawaguchi, is that Captain? What was it again? Captain Cup. Just speak Danish. Aye, that's true. That's how you sound drunk. Yeah, just speak Danish. Speak with the Danish accent. No, wait. I don't. Wait, that means I'll have to translate it. The legendariske Tokatsu show. What is that? Can you even translate that? Den sjældne pin to sell at a... wait, how would you translate pawn shop to Danish? Wait, what is that actually called again? Actually, just like, what the fuck? Circle cool. Oh, yeah, that's what it's called. Genbo's boutique. That's what pawn shop translates you to Danish. Genbrugsbutik. I byen over. Kun 150,000 yen. People are gonna be so confused if they join in right now. Like, what language is she speaking? What's going on here? Let's just read it in English. It's gonna take too long to translate it all. I'm gonna be here all day. Having to translate every sentence. But my bonus wasn't much this year, so I couldn't afford it. You some kind of job, kid? What the hell? Talking about this engine stuff at your age, right? We've got to watch Captain Cobb. Sakamoto Shine. It's all online. I enjoy the look, Mr. Junior. And appreciate it. Have fun, thank you. I'll have fun doing as many side missions as possible. Although I don't have many. We're kind of running out, to be honest. This is why you never see results at work. You think someone with the mind of a child can run a business? This is nothing to do with my work. I'm talking about my hobbies. Why do you feel the need to lecture me? Hey, you. Youngin.
Huh?
Me? You think Kawaguchi's full of shit? He's obsessed with this kid show and he's getting himself worked up over some toy. Well, I don't really know what to say. A person's character comes through that work. That's why you shouldn't have a hobby or embarrass stuff, right?
Huh.
Oh, come on, Sakamoto-san. Don't have Yakubi-san in your weird nonsense. Kawaguchi, this is what is a kid show. When you want to fit into society, you have to watch parent dramas. Heck, even newer dramas will do. Then you can strike up real conversations with the clients. I'm not interested. I'm not about to change my hobby just because of work. Excuse me, Kawaguchi? You call yourself a businessman? I mean, a business always puts its clients first. And but now we're just gonna go going in circles. I've had enough. Oh, don't argue here. You're killing the mood for everyone here. Jeez. Hey now, no fighting. To each his own, am I right? Of course I am. Now clink clink. If you say so, AYAYA-chan. You're off the clock. When you're here, whoever has the most fun wins. That laugh, yeah, she's secretly a serial killer. He also looks like it. It looks like a murderer. Those are the eyes of a killer. Of a murderer. Let's get this party started. Cheers. Cheers. Ew. AYAYA-chan managed to defuse the situation before it blew up into a fight. Random fandom. Was that the side mission? That was the whole mission? Are you serious right now? Heck yeah, AYAYA-chan. I had lots of fun today. I'll be back soon. AYAYA-chan, that Captain Cobb stick is a secret, okay? If another fan finds out, they might swoop it up. Jesus. What even? Don't you worry. I totally don't even care about it. See you later then. You really saved the day, AYAYA-chan. Wasn't sure how that was gonna end up, but they had fun in the end. I mean, if you hit a drink, then don't kill the mood, you know? What's the point of life if you don't enjoy it?
I guess so.
I guess so. That response. I'm a real party person. I can't stand when people don't get along. That's why I treasure the friends I can drink with and have fun.
Oh.
That's so. A party person, huh? Hey, anyway, since it's just the two of us now, how about a little drink?
Yeah.
Sure, go for another. She poisoned the drink. Exactly, it's just us two here at the bar now. She's gonna murder us. She poisoned the drink. And then she's gonna drag us out in the back room and decapitate us into 1,000,000 pieces. And then we'll be tomorrow's main dish. Pink. You've become better friends with AYAYA. Are you serious? Was that really the whole site mission? Just go in and listen to those two talk. I didn't even have to do anything. Get me back in. I'm still alive somehow. She didn't kill me yet.
AYAYA-chan.
AYAYA-chan. Maybe-san, what are you having? Give me a dreamy berry.
Let's have a drink together.
Looks like blood.
Cheers.
We're not drinking someone's blood, right? Right?
I'm starting to feel it.
Why does it just taste like guy in this drink? Are you sure this is not someone's blood? It tastes an awful lot like iron. What is this? What kind of drink is this?
What's amazing is...
I don't know why, but it's so funny when he says that. Why are you laughing? That wasn't... You didn't even say anything. You got tipsy. I don't want to say in my head, but... By the way, I started weight training recently. Only problem is my muscles get sore real quick. You work out, Yagami-san? What? None of that made any sense. They all looked wrong to me. I do it, it's just my brain couldn't work out the right words. Oh yeah, there was this lost kid in front of the bar the other day. This place isn't exactly the safest place in town, you know? So I couldn't just leave the kid, so we went up to look for the mom. And we ended up finding her. I was just so relieved to see him back together. That was kind. Taking your time. To help some loser. Thanks so much. Well, now I'm embarrassed. Oh, also, the mom happened to be a classmate of mine. Nice reunion. Yeah, really from back today. Let me have mentioned this, but the cocktails we serve at the restaurant, I got the helm and made it my own. You are amazing, AYAYA-chan. It takes real skill. We have delicious drinks. Thanks, I'm a fan of the carbonated drinks and cocktails myself. I should rake up the crew so we can come up with some new ones. Holy happy humble. I had a great time. Let's chat again. Nice. That got into her. Do it again.
AYAYA-chan.
Let's not drink blood this time.
What should I get?
Take Indigo Campus.
Want to try this? Cheers.
All of a sudden, everyone's drinking the blue drink.
So, about the other day.
So, about the other day. It's getting so cold lately, hasn't it? I could go for some hot pot, extra spicy tea or two. Like, kimchi hot pot. Hey, what kind of hot pot do you like, Yagami-san? The pot that gets you high. I prefer hot pot. That was one of the options. That is great. I mean, you got a little seafood. Amazing. We should have a hot pot party one day. Nothing like good vibes and good food. Food. Yagami-san, you always hear about yourself. What kind of people do you usually hang around with? Friends? I thought that said cows. Co-workers? I'll go out drinking my workmates from time to time. Co-workers, you say? I'm dying to know about Yagami-san. Oh, you should bring him here sometime. Make it worth the while. Oh, that was fast. What? It's not enough to level it up? Come on, man.
You should get some fresh air, big guy.
Yo, your face is getting red. Are you alright? A gentleman must know his limits. Let's chat again. Please come back. Please, let's chat again. Come back. I'm always here. I'll always be available for you. Please, come back again sometime. Crazy woman. I am drunk out of my mind. Let's go do the next main quest, which is to go to the university hospital while wasted out of my mind. Such a professional detective. Straight out of the girls' bar. And straight into the hospital while being wasted. What the fuck? That's not creepy at all. Oh, it's compromised by public security. Why would you trust him?
What are you?
Oh, he's the taxi
Don't worry.
driver.
I'll give it back to you after this. I'm sure it's bugged, and we wouldn't want anyone listening in now, would we?
Smooth.
We'll take a few laps around the block and then drop you back off at the hospital. Sorry, but we just need a bit of your time.
Very well. Who are you people?
We're just local detectives, but Kitakata-sensei is an acquaintance of ours. We know about Mitsuru-kun, and we know that 5 years ago, a man named Shinya Kawai mysteriously disappeared and died.
I have no idea what you're saying.
But you do. I know how this must come across right now, so I assure you, we aren't the ones posing a threat.
Fine. What is it you want, then?
All I want is the truth. In your own words. About Shinya Kawai, and how you carried out his murder.
You're mistaken. I didn't do it.
It's gonna be a long taxi ride.
The other day you received a call from Kitakata-sensei, didn't you? He goes by the name Kawana now, and works as a handyman in Ijincho. He made that call because we needed to confirm something.
Confirm what?
Whether or not you were being watched by public security.
Public security, you say?
You surprised at all? Maybe she already had a hunch.
As it turns out, you are. Your cell phone is bugged. It can even use GPS to trace who's on the other end of the line. That kind of trace is only possible with cooperation from the cellular providers. Unless you're public security, who could pull something like that off in secret. They want to hit you where you're vulnerable. And that's what you are now after Kawana. Do you understand, Kusumoto-san? You must really be something special. You were never in this job for yourself. It fell into your lap as your predecessors fell like dominoes. That's why you don't owe anyone anything. You're free of constraints. And Mitsuru-kun's tragedy even gained you public sympathy on top of it. Combine all that with a capable bureaucrat like you, there's no telling what you could accomplish. You're cleaning up house, tackling the revolving door problems. Things you know are the right moves, but with no regard for the consequences. I understand even the cabinet gauges your opinion, since you have so much public support. But I think that's also made you some enemies. Most likely whoever's holding public security's leash.
I have more than a few enemies. I'm well aware of that. And I have no doubt public security would comply with them. To be quite frank, public security only exists to maintain the status quo. The establishment is made up of various powers which control politics and finance. But naturally, each branch has its own agendas, goals, ideas of justice, which leads to all sorts of issues and hindrances. which you call constraints. The more individuals who make up society, the more unavoidable that is.
Are you implying it's public security's job to loosen those constraints?
There's more to it than that. The world we live in requires all kinds of value systems to coexist, even in chaos. But if you loosen the constraints too far, the fall of the state is inevitable. In that regard, public security's role is to stabilize and maintain the state, even while bound by constraints. In other words, the constraints of these powers are precisely what are protected by public security. So the fact that I am not caught up in all that does, indeed, make me something of a pesky foreign object.
A pesky foreign object. I see. So to these establishment people, you're something to be excised.
I guess there's bullying among adults in high places too.
Yeah. Now we know why they were looking for any kind of weakness in you. And that's when they turned the spotlight on Shinya Kawai's disappearance. An event that was triggered by Akihiro Ihara's case. You know the one, I presume.
Yes.
An active duty policeman exacted revenge on the bully who drove his son to suicide. Your enemies must have heard that and thought to themselves, what would Reiko Kusamoto have done to her son's bully? I'm guessing that's what prompted public security to make their move. As the details of Ihara's case came to light, a group of thugs calling themselves RK started looking for Shinya Kawai, all to find out that he was kidnapped 5 years ago, probably killed.
I never did anything out of revenge.
Naturally, she wasn't going to divulge any secrets. Having just met me, and I don't have enough evidence to make her talk.
Even after finding out Kawai disappeared, public security still had to verify it. But if they found out you were involved, that'd be a win for them. They'd finally know Reiko Kusamoto's weakness.
How long are you going to keep talking?
As public security figured out, the bullying cases involving Toshiro Ihara and your son share a common link. That link being Sawa-sensei. She was Mitsuru-kun's classmate and Toshiro Ihara's teacher. Not only that, she was also linked to Ihara's murder victim, Mikoshiba. She was his master teacher. So, not long after the murder, RK came to Ijincho and broke into her home. That must have been when they got Kawana's name out of her. I think Sawa-sensei suspected that Kawana was involved in Mikoshiba's murder. Then Soma steps in, with his professional interrogation skills, to beat and scare her into spilling everything. Kusamoto-san, you knew she was killed, right? Kawana should have told you over the phone.
Wait, are you not one of his colleagues? He said he wouldn't cause me any trouble, and that he would never call me again.
Kawana and I are competitors on a temporary ceasefire. We're not colleagues.
She's been flustered since I mentioned Sawa-sensei's name. This is my chance to ask her questions I can't ask anyone else. How's your son doing?
How's your son doing now?
He could wake up any minute now. Of course, that's been true for the last 13 years.
I see.
We transferred him to Toto University Hospital just this year, hoping they could spur his recovery. But it turns out they don't do anything much different from the previous hospital. All I can do is wait.
Public security contacted you.
Has anybody from public security contacted you? Have you been approached by any strangers?
I have my suspicions.
What are their names? I imagine what they wanted was to exploit your weakness to control you. Because if all they wanted was to eliminate you, some kind of accident would be easily arranged.
Yes. I suppose you're right.
Do you have any idea what these people are after? And do you mind sharing?
What they want is control of the pension fund. which is under the Health Ministry's jurisdiction.
Pension fund?
An independent agency within the ministry manages the National Pension Fund. It's taxpayer funded, and it's worth 160 trillion yen.
What?
And
Really,
certain groups
yen?
want to take bigger risks with that
A lot of fucking money.
in order to generate more profit. In other words, they want the health ministry to use taxpayer money to gamble. They believe that's the only way to rebuild Japan's faltering economy and secure the future of this country.
I mean, would it work?
Of course. If the gamble actually pays off. But if we lost the gamble, then we wouldn't be able to guarantee anything for the citizens of this country in their golden years. That's why the health ministry manages those funds conservatively, even if it means the returns are lower.
Okay. I'm starting to understand now.
You do? Don't leave me in the dust, Yagami-san.
To be able to gamble all this taxpayer money to save the economy, they need a change of management. And here's Kusamoto-san, head of the office, and she's beyond the control of even the ministers. Her position has the power to take action, to override the way the pension fund is managed. But not only does Kusamoto-san have the power, she has the support of the people. If a new vice minister were to try it, they'd be stopped cold by the constraints.
So that's why they wanted to find her weakness and exploit it?
Exactly. And if the 160 trillion yen gamble were to fail, you could blame the whole thing on Kusamoto-san anyway.
Okay. But wow. 160 trillion.
I'm guessing they've already contacted you about it?
That's an assumption.
Tell me about Kawai's murder.
I have to ask you about Shinya Kawai. You killed him 5 years ago. With your own hands, didn't you? I understand what your feelings must be towards Kawai, but was that really the only answer?
If you've spoken to Kitakata-sensei, then you must know about the video of how Mitsuru was treated.
I do.
Aside from Kawai, the other students pretended like nothing happened. They took no responsibility. They put on their sad faces, and they came to visit Mitsuru at the hospital. But looking back on it now, I don't think they really wanted Mitsuru to wake up. In fact, that's what they were checking on. And what did I do? I bowed my head and thanked them. It was only later that Kitakata-sensei showed me the video. That's when I knew that those kids going unpunished was wrong.
And your solution was to pull them into the quagmire? Make them accomplices in murdering Kawai?
If you already know so much, what more do you need to ask?
Nothing else to ask. I guess we're done here.
I get it now. Let me reiterate. We are not your enemy.
Then please, let me go.
Anything you want me to tell Kawana?
I do. He needs to run. Far away. Public security has their sights on him. His capture is not a question of if, but when. He's in danger if he remains in the country. And once public security has him, they will extract everything he knows.
You mean he'd be tortured?
Yes. Somewhere well beyond the public eye. No one can withstand what they do. He'd tell them everything. And as for me...
They would expose your vulnerability, making you their pawn.
Most likely. They'd gamble away the taxpayers' money, and I'd never purge the corruption in the health ministry.
I get that. But what does it matter?
What?
Because in my opinion, you need to turn yourself in, Kusamoto-san.
You want me to admit to manslaughter? You think I killed a real man? I say he was less than one. Shinya Kawai. He was little more than a subhuman brute. And you saw it. You saw what that brute did to my son. I hated Kitakata-sensei. He was an incompetent teacher. An idiot who turned a blind eye to Mitsuru being tortured. But that changed when he suddenly showed up 8 years later. And then he showed me that video. He said, every bully in that video, they deserved to be punished. That it was the only way to get closure.
You took him up on it? But you of all people should have known better.
True. You're right about that. I struggled with it quite a bit. It's an unconscionable act, no matter how deep your animosity runs. But Kitakata-sensei's words hung on. I couldn't get them out of my head. I saw for myself. I went to Kamurocho, where I'd heard Kawai was working, at a girls' bar. So you know, after Mitsuru jumped that day, Kawai came to me in tears to apologize. I hadn't seen him in all that time. If he'd frozen in place when he saw me, if he'd been the slightest bit apologetic, I might have been able to stay my hand.
I take it he didn't do any of that.
Right. He didn't even recognize my face. And that's hardly the worst part of it, actually. When he saw me, he took me for some bawdy cougar on the prowl for young men. If you've got the cash, I'll show you a good time, he said. All those tears he'd shed years earlier were a farce. But I knew that. Deep down, I'd already known that. That was it. That was the moment I lost all doubt about killing him. And for those other kids who bullied Mitsuru, they should thank me they didn't share his fate. But that's why. That's why I don't feel like I have any sins to atone for. Every night I pray he will wake up. What more can you ask me to endure?
Kawana said something similar. But you think you can repeat all that? This time say it to her.
Isn't that Sawa-san?
You and Kawana can congratulate yourselves. You got vengeance on a monster. But what you're choosing not to see is that your actions had consequences for her. It's vicious. I've seen this before. Justice for one at the cost of another. Someone innocent always pays the price. I won't just sit here and watch as history tries to repeat itself. This phone isn't being traced by anyone. So, if you have a change of heart, just give me a call before you turn yourself in. That's all I had to say. We're back.
Right here okay, Yagami-san?
Yeah. I'm gonna go talk to Kawana. Need to tell him I met with Reiko Kusamoto.
He's gonna be pissed, you know? He's gonna try to rip you a new one.
That's true. So you might want to sit this one out.
You sure? 'Cause I'll totally take you up on that.
Where did we get the taxi from, though? Did we just steal it, or does he just have a spare taxi? Oh man, I was gonna go drink again at the girls' bar, but he's still wasted. He still will make it wasted. And things are getting spicy. I guess we'll talk to Kawana while wasted. Tomato? What am I gonna do with a tomato?
Look who we have here. Haven't seen your mug in a while.
It's only been 2 or 3 days. Where's Koana?
How should I put this? Would you freak out if he was right behind you?
You know, this kind of shit is why you get on my nerves.
Couldn't we have done this by phone?
I just came from seeing Reiko Kusumoto. I told her to turn herself in for murdering Kawai 5 years ago.
You what?
What did she have to say about that?
That she had no sins to atone for.
Of course not. Look, what do you think you're doing? Her part in this is done. Don't drag her back into it.
This isn't yours to finish. You would just let Sawa-sensei stay collateral damage. How do you think her folks feel? They probably think you killed their daughter, and they don't know why, or if justice will be served. Do they have to suffer like that? All without even knowing the truth? Would Sawa-sensei want that? You talk about justice, but she keeps getting left out. You aren't even trying when it comes to her.
Say whatever you want, but if you cause Kusumoto-san any more pain, I will never forgive you.
That's exactly why I didn't tell you I was going to meet her.
Listen, Yagami. She hides it well, but she's never gotten over the fact Mitsuru tried to jump to his death. And she's not sure how to feel about killing Kawai. Unlike me.
If she was anything like you, I would have pushed her harder to confess.
There's no evidence that she killed Kawai. He simply vanished from Kamurocho, and the police didn't even know about it. Besides, there's no case without a corpse. Point being, she'll never be charged.
Right, Koana has Kawai's body hidden somewhere. Remember Yui Mamiya said so.
Even if she did turn herself in, the police wouldn't know what to do with her.
Don't think for a second that you're getting a pass here. You've killed, what, 7 people now? Do you even hesitate anymore?
You got proof? Running around making baseless accusations. You sure you were a real fucking lawyer?
My colleagues in Kamurocho are getting ready to appeal Ahara's case. Your actions are going to be put under a microscope.
I wouldn't even call that bad news. I want the world to know their bullies are getting what they're due. And by then, I'll probably be going by a different name, maybe even a different look.
You're just gonna keep doing this? Did Sawa-sensei sacrifice mean nothing to you?
Is that the only thing keeping you around? Truth be told, I don't think exposing everything is even in Sawa's best interest.
What?
Sawa-kun herself felt guilty. I just sent you the proof.
What is this? An audio file?
After Ahara-san lost in court, she called me. I recorded our conversation.
Toshiro-kun came running to the roof. His face was pretty swollen. And a few minutes later, a student named Mikoshiba came up looking for him. I'll never forget the fear I saw in Toshiro-kun's face. He told me about everything. The teasing, the beatings, the theft. How nobody was on his side. And yet, I had to deny all this in front of an entire courtroom. They said there was no hope, that I was the only witness with no proof whatsoever. Believe me, I never wanted to do that.
Sawa-kun's testimony in court was false, and she was racked with guilt over it.
And your first thought was to record it? When she was at her most vulnerable?
Yes. And then I played it for Ahara-san. He had the right to know the real reason his son killed himself.
All you did was light the fires of vengeance in Ahara's heart because you didn't want to be alone.
You know, I've heard that bullying is almost instinctive. That's why people who do it never stop. I mean, think about it. Would you stop cleaning a toilet just because it'll get filthy again? Somebody's always got to get his hands dirty.
And that somebody's gonna be you?
If it means I can prevent another Mitsuru Kusumoto, yes, I will keep killing. These bastards who prey on the defenseless must be punished for all to see. I wish the law would do its job. Because deep down, I don't want to do any of this.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But you're taking it too far.
Just
stop, Kawana.
If you really want to stop me, you're gonna have to kill me. And call it justice.
Okay. Snaps neck. Job's done.
I thought you guys were gonna start another fight. It was a bitch cleaning up the mess last time.
Next time I go up against him, it won't be just a few scratches.
Well, when that time comes, take it anywhere but here.
You got it, boss. I think I call it a day. I should get back to 99 and rest up. Steven, gun. Next time we'll bring a gun. Take care of the business. Wait, what is this? Have you even been here before? I think so. What is this area?
10-4, boss man. I read you loud and clear.
Exactly. Or response to him. That will take it somewhere else. We can go back and drink with the crazy girl again. He's somewhat sobered up. Oh god, there's bad guys out there. Wait, no, there's 3 groups of bad guys out there? Okay, hold on. I gotta wait for him to pass. Jeez. Right, I think that should be okay. I think we can run down this little alley. Yep. Am I going? Yeah, I think I am going the right way. Oh god. Wait, what's that? Wait, hold. Oh wait, no, that's not. I thought that was a new side quest. I got excited, but no, it's just the girls' bar mission. Here we go. Entrance style. Hello, Ayaya. Exactly. That was me just like, not a side mission? Hey, what the fuck? We literally have none. We only have 2, and I can only do 1 of those 2 side missions. Not a side mission? Hey, what the fuck? I demand side missions. The thing you want to take on me, the one and only Ayaya. You're going down. Okay. Hey, of course we have a dodgy mode. Because why not? Dodge. Fuck, dude. This controller, this thumbstick is so messed up.
Nice.
Yep. 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 Wait, wasn't that like a dot clip or something where it's like, with the commentator, he goes like, yes, 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 oh my god, he's done it, or something like that. Wasn't that a dot clip? Yeah, it was. For every throw, the commentator just gets more excited, like, yes, 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 oh my god, he's done it. And then everyone goes crazy. That's a classic clip. Yep.
Nice.
17. I always forget triple. Is that the outside one or the inside one? It's like this one that's triple, right? One?
Yep.
What? It landed on the fucking single. No, she's gonna win now. What the hell? Triple one? What are you doing? Single two? And then a bullseye. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Double, that's this one.
Nice. Sorry.
Jesus. He's baby raging. Oh god. I'm so mad. I'm not gonna lose next time. Monka W? Relax, AYAYA. It's just a game of dots, okay? It's just a silly game of dots, okay? Relax. Do I have to leave and come back for the mission now?
Ayaha-chan.
I think I have to leave and come back.
Maybe not.
But maybe not.
I'll stop by again.
And now, this should trigger the next piece of the side mission. Oh, where is AYAYA here today?
Hi.
No, she took the train out today. She seemed pretty excited. Wonder what for. She's gotta go kill someone. Guess AYAYA-chan is out today. If she took the train, maybe we can find her near the station. I should look around at Genai Station when I'm feeling up to it. Mio, can I talk with her? Hi, I'm Mio. What's your name, mister?
It's me.
It's me. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Yagami-tan. Tan? Well, this girl's got an interesting way of speaking. Yagami-tan, are you into underground idols?
Hmm?
Underground idols? Mm-hmm, I'm actually one of them.
Does that mean...
Underground idol? As in, you don't go on TV, but you do live performances? Oh my god, she's a live streamer. Toads! I just debuted half a year ago, so I'm still an up-and-coming underground idol.
Oh.
LeoXDrb is an angel. LeoXDrb is the greatest singer in the world. What the? That's my #1 fan, Taniyu Bukuro-tan. He comes by here all the time. Oh, but yo, wait, you have the dot clip? Okay, forget it. We gotta see this. Hold on. Time out. Oh, you have another dot clip? Oh, shit. Let's see both of them. The second one is Bombard. Oh, yeah, because wait. First one is a bit old, right? Oh, yeah. There is a bit. Yeah. Definitely not more than the first one. The font, not the font, but well. The format is all messed up. Either way, let's see it here. Good old times. 240p. Oof, yeah.
So now low with the darts in the second leg.
Yeah, 240p is plenty. That's all we need.
180!
240p is all we need. This is a longer version too, I think.
Second dart just about hanging on.
God, it's so quiet.
Right, Ken Low hit the second maximum 180.
Okay.
He can indeed.
It's so quiet in the whole dot hole.
On course for a 9-dart checkout. 100 has never been seen.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
He wants 141. Looks like he's coming for 3 17s. Yes. It's Treble 18, his next target. Yes, he wants 2 18s for £100,000.
Then everyone goes crazy. Oh my god. Such a classic. The way the announcer just gets like more and more excited. Just yes. Yes. Oh my god, it's amazing. Yeah, they're so into it, and it's so perfect because it's like so dead quiet. It's so serious when they're throwing the darts. And then yeah, once he's done, everyone just completely loses it. Like, oh my god, he did it! Holy shit, Pog! Wow! Maybe I should go to a dart event in real life one day, because they host that a lot here. I've noticed. Fans would in real life to see if it's like that. Oh man, that's great. That's a classic. Hold on. Let me save this video. Save it in my classic playlist. Classic. Alright, but what's the other one here? Wait, what? This guy gets even more excited than in the first one? Let's see. Oh my god, we can... Oh yeah, we can watch it in 1080p, holy shit.
Got to find a breaker throw in this set if he wants to level up the World Championship final.
What the fuck? Everyone's making so much noise here. What is happening? The other one was like... The first one we saw was so classy. Everyone went so like dead quiet every time they were throwing. Yeah, everyone's already going crazy. Not really crazy, but...
Michael Van Geuren isn't in any mood to give him
What
a
the
sniff.
fuck was that? I'm like a wrestling announcer.
Yeah, the combination finishing in this game is going to be key.
Why does he sound like a wrestling announcer? The guy yelling the numbers.
They may both be on nines. Michael may miss and Michael may hit. They're both on nines. They're both on a nine.
Jesus! But they all have signs too in the audience? What is happening? What the fuck is going on? This is crazy.
One man misses, does the other man get? I've never seen the like. Come on, Spolly boy! Yes, double 12. That is the most amazing.
Holy fuck, man. What the fuck? Look at them all! What is happening? What is going on in the crowd? The announcer is so hype, and then the fucking crowd is next level too. What did I just see? What? Okay, that was almost like night and day difference in terms of the crowd with the two different dunk competitions. What? And this last one we just saw, it was almost like they were at a concert or something. They were holding up signs and going crazy, jumping up at each other like, oh, what the fuck, he did it. God damn. What do the comments say? Yeah, everyone's just talking about how crazy the commentator, or like how into it the commentator was and the crowd. Holy shit, man. Yeah, okay, I didn't know. I didn't know professional dad was that exciting. That people, yeah, got that much into it. Jeez. Hold on. Let me drink some water here. I need some water after watching that. Wow. They get that dark commentator. He got even more excited than like an esport commentator. Oh, football commentator. Holy shit. Exactly. Casper. He got even more excited than like, yeah, a Danish football commentator. Yeah, also just the way that, like that guy, the guy that was saying the numbers or whatever it was, he sounded like a fucking wrestling commentator. Announcing the wrestler that was gonna walk in or something. That was insane. It was like number 9 or something like that. The way he set the numbers, it was insane. I felt like we were watching wrestling or something. Well, I mean, I guess that also shows how much Jot has evolved over the years. In terms of, well, yeah, the events, I guess. Because, yeah, that first time we watched was so, like, chill. I guess maybe everyone was on the edge of their seat. Everyone was at the edge of the seat in that first one. Like, they were all so dead quiet every time he threw his darts. And then once it was over, that's when they went crazy. But here on the second one, they were already going insane. Like, holy fuck. Hot damn. But yeah, what the fuck were we doing here? Alright, we're talking about this live streamer. I invested every penny I have for Mio-chan. We'll even take out a cash loan, yeah. Hey, don't go wasting your money. I'll be super duper double mad at you if you take out a loan, okay? It's not a waste if it's for you, Mio-chan. What a What a simp. Whoa! I'm all out of cash! Time to visit a lender. Whoa! What the fuck? Sprint out of that. I really hope that last bit was a joke. Tanibuku-chan's parents are mega billionaires. Taking it alone is no big deal for him. Well, he's gonna make his parents cry at this rate. But still, do you have a fan that crazy about you? You must be pretty awesome. Mio-chan. Do you usually do live performances? Hey, yep. Doing live shows. Feeling the energy of my fans. Nothing beats that in my book. Yeah. But I'm still fresh, so I don't hold a candle to my senpais. Sad face. Who says sad face out loud? Ah, I see. Well, I hope you get your turn in the spotlight soon. Oh, yeah, Toads! Thanks, Yagabi-tan. I'm going to do my best. Get me out of here. Feels weird, man. Yeah, who the fuck says sad face out loud? You don't say your emotes out loud. Hey, good to see you. Smiley face. At that point, I think people are just gonna think you are a creep. Exactly, you're supposed to express it. That's why it's called emotes. Emotions. You're supposed to express that emotion with your face. And not say it out loud. Hey, smiley face. Oh my god, that's really funny. Crying, laughing face. What the fuck? When people say LOL out loud instead of like actually laughing. End of the game, I would believe it because he did like an entire backflip and everything right there. Broke every bone in his body. That guy just pulled out a katana. Crash. POV of the NPC running me over. Oh my god.
Really, guys?
Yo, good master. Feels good, man. The best fighting technique in the world. And now I'm all sobered up because of it. So an amazing movie. It sure is. It's been a long time though since I've watched it. I agree. Definitely an amazing movie. Maybe I should rewatch it soon. If it's even available in one of the many 500 streaming services. Pretty sure I got runned over again. I did. Oops. What a time to pause the game. Did you see that? He didn't even stop to go and check on me. Yeah, he just kept driving. No one cared. The man just got hit by a car and then he was just like, ah. Exactly. What the fuck, man? That's them driving past me. Fucking B. What is that called again? Pepper Drive-By or something? Yeah, Pepper Drive-By. Pepper Drive-By mode. It's like, hey man, oh sorry, I ran you over, but well, I got places to be. Pepsi. Wait, where is she? Where's AYAYA? Oh, there. Wait, why does it look like she's undercover? What is that attire? AYAYA-chan, what's she doing? Where's your ass? What's up? Don't call out, call out. I mean, it looks like she's undercover. What the hell is she doing? What is happening? Oh. You thought she had a gun. You can actually force out a gun. AYAYA gun. This is what you get for calling me out, Yagami. Hey. I think it's a sword. Captain, Cup, change.
AYAYA-chan.
Oops. Yeah, she pulls out her smoke gun and blastes me. Oh, no one's looking. Well, wait, this is... Oh my god. I gotta show everyone. Innocent boy. More like innocent thief. Hey, wait! AYAYA-chan, I should bring that back, shouldn't I? What the fuck, man? Yeah, he just stole it and ran away. What the? Who does that? Just, oh, we just... Oh my god. It's on the ground? Oh, it's just mine now, I guess. See ya. Please, Jack, give me a shot. Help.
Gotcha.
Finders keepers. That's how it works around these parts, eh? Mine now. Do I have to chase? Oh my god, I have to chase after.
You won't get away.
Yo, he's pulling out the skateboard. To catch up to the kid. What the fuck? Come on, Yagami.
Hold up.
My god, now. Yeah, you know, instead of, you know, picking up the car keys and giving them back to the person that dropped them, it's just like, oh, sweet, free car. Mine now.
You won't get away.
Nice one, Yagami. I think he is. Because Yagami can't even catch up to him on a skateboard. How fast is this kid? Jesus.
You won't get away.
I think he is getting away. Go run. How did he gain distance on me? What? Kid really doesn't want to get caught.
You won't get away.
Wait, does it actually run out? Oh no, he got away. Game over. Ah shit, looks like we have to start the game over from the beginning. I failed to catch the kid. I didn't press circle because I wanted to see what would happen if you just sat there. Game over. Save deleted. Well, rip. That's 71 hours worth of progress thrown out the window. Well, time to start over, boys. That'll teach you. You should have caught the little thief. Should have caught the little thief. Better luck next time. Maybe you'll get it next time. Why don't you spend another 70 hours catching up to where you were? Not my fault he's Usain Bolt. Not my fault he's so fast. And Yakumi's so slow even on the skateboard. Here we go, here we go. No more fucking around. We got this time. He's about to crash into him. No more messing around. Just pulls out smoke gun. This is what you get for stealing, kid. Come on, give it back, kid. Oh, man. Oh, he actually gave it back.
No way.
What are you whining about? You think you can just take someone else's things? I'm sorry. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to the woman you took it from. Got that? Yeah. Papa, yeah, I was on the ground. Finders keepers. My parents taught me, you know, finders keepers. It's mine now. Okay. Wait, is this thing... It's an ultra rare Captain Cobb stick. Captain Cobb. I remember that name from before. Why would AYAYA-chan have this? Hey, I should say sorry to the lady, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go do that. I'll call her up right now. Amy-san, so how'd it go? Yeah. Hey, yeah, so I explained everything and he gave it back. Whee! Thanks, freaking goodness. Hi, lady, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh, no. It's totally fine. I'm the one who dropped it. So, do you like Captain Cobb? What? God, now don't be ridiculous. It's a gift for someone. What? What? What are we saying what to? There's a lot of things you could say what to right now, I'm pretty sure. Sorry for stealing your shit. Oh, it's my fault I dropped it. Oh. Who says that? Imagine someone going into your house and, yeah, you know, robbing your entire house, and then you're just like, it's all good, man. It's my fault for leaving the door unlocked, I guess. It's not my fault. It's my fault. It's not yours. Oh, good, man. Exactly. Oh, nah, man. It's all good. It's my fault the window broke so easily. I should really invest in some, you know, stronger windows. It's all good, man. You honestly, you can just keep it. That's fine. It's fine. So it's my fault, to be honest. So, yeah. Oh, my fucking God. Wow, what a plot twist. Oh, what a twist. Then they sue you because they cut the arm climbing out the broken window. Oh my God. It was weird, man. Even when you were being so nice to the thief. And then they end up winning the lawsuit. I'm saying her name is AYAYA. But don't worry. You are hearing right. I am saying her name is AYAYA. It says AYAHA, but I just say AYAYA. I am actually saying AYAYA. Your ears are not deceiving you. Your ears are not playing tricks on you. Oh, really cool. Whoa. Well, the first for everything. I actually was hearing it right. Yeah. You were actually hearing it right this time. Yeah, I mean, her name is AYAHA, but I am actually saying AYAYA on purpose. Hey, you've been hearing it right this whole time. And Why? His name is Innocent Boy. Exactly, more like Little Thief. Why didn't they call him that? Little Thief. Stealing whatever drops on the floor. What?
Does that mean...
Okay, goodbye. A gift? Seriously? She's turning into the Joker. Yeah, what was that? He just leaves. You gotta go practice track and field. But next time I steal something and I have to run off. Makes sense. Yeah, I want to give it to Kawaguchi-san, you know? Weren't you just in tears over that thing? And didn't it cost, what, 150k yen? Just gonna give it to him? Oh, go run. Gotta go! With my nearly stolen goods. Well, the thing is... I actually, like Captain Cup.
Huh?
Really? Yeah, it's kinda my reason for living. I have every DVD in the series. Oh, and I have all the figurines, too. But all I'm missing is the first Captain Cup Super Rare stick. He's a little too brutish of a protagonist, so the writers killed him off quickly. Then his super handsome replacement came along. But I loved the first one. He was so passionate. And after he died, his popularity really skyrocketed, and now he's the favorite in all the polls. They stopped producing the sticks, and now it's getting really hard to find. When I finally got my hands on it, I was like, whoa, I'm vibing hard right now. Who says that? Do people say that? I'm vibing hard right now. Oh. Sorry, I got kind of sucked into the moment. That a turn off for you?
Nope.
Nope. To each their own, right? Yeah, well, good. Hey, I thought you said before that you weren't into this stuff. I mean, it's embarrassing, isn't it? Like, the whole otaku thing is not so me. So not me, you know? I mean, it's kind of out of left field. I've been into tokusatsu and anime since forever. I was never the type of girl to read shoujo mangas. When I was a kid, I'd always play with all the boys. And the other girls be like, AYAYA has a boy lover. She's such a flirt. Then they stopped hanging out with me. Bunch of jerks. So in high school, I decided to change up my style to be more trendy like the other girls. I started reading fashion magazines. I didn't even like and listen. I didn't even like listening. I didn't even like and listen to pop groups. I couldn't care less about. The whole hip and stylish image. That was my own henshine costume I made up to protect myself. I had no idea. The truth is, the whole party persona is a total lie. I don't have a boyfriend or even any friends. Oh. Aware. My favorite thing is sitting at home by myself and watching anime and tokusatsu. But there are some days I look in the mirror and hate who I am.
Hold on.
I think you deserve to be really proud of who you are. Huh? I feel a lot closer to you this way. In a way, I get to see who you really are. AYAYA-chan. Think so?
Yeah.
Even at the bar, you shouldn't have to try so hard to hide who you are. You can show that side of yourself too, right? But everyone's got different hobbies. You said it best yourself. AYAYA-chan, to each their own, right? Imagine the conversation you could have had with those customers from last time if you didn't have to keep your hobbies a secret. Ah! And then Nightbot freaks out. I think you're overreacting a bit, Nightbot. That's not how she said it. Ah! Yeah, you're totally right. I should be proud of the stuff I like. That's how it ought to be.
Yeah.
I think so too. I think the world's going to love the real AYAYA-chan. Thank you, Yagami-san. Oh, right. I don't care if anyone sees my nerdy side. I'm gonna go hunt down the next collectible I can find. Fact, my collectibles rate are going up right now. Beep, boop. This way. What? Yeah. Yeah, just yeah. I need to go back and talk to her at the girls' bar. Ow. What is this again? Oh, that's just a place to play dart. More Dutch. Yes. Yes. Oh my god, he's done it. Is she gonna be dressed like a complete nerd? No. It looks the same.
Yagami-san!
Welcome! I would imagine you were a Captain Cop fan too, AYAYA-chan. What a pleasant surprise. I've been a fan since the very first one. You started as a second-gen fan, right? Kawaguchi? Yes, is that a problem? Well, the community split over that, but since you're a first-gen fan, I'll let's slide. Dang, you're pretty hardcore. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, sounds like you're already getting into it. Dot, dot, dot. Hey, when are you gonna join on the Captain Cop train, Sakamoto-san? Exactly, that's what she's secretly thinking. This what? Huh, second gen? What a screw-up. Not even worth my time. Not even a real fan, not even an OG fan. Never touch one. I'll take my period dramas and even the newer dramas. Thank you very much. Oh, mass leave. Oh, he's gone. But I saw Sakamoto-san watching Captain Cobb during his lunch break. He was even tearing up. You know what this game is missing? I'm not high. You're not wrong. It's missing a unit. It's missing Jen. I guess the closest thing we have to a unit in this is Kaito. The scrub guy. But he's in the hospital right now.
You fucking scrubs ain't worth my time.
Exactly. He's the closest thing we have to a unit in this game. Scrubs guy. Well, for real? Yup. Actually, he was already on the final episode in his lunch break the next day. Probably kept watching after he got home. So he went and hit first then. So, have you started watching it yet, Yagami-san?
Huh?
Well, it's just not really my thing. You can't have that. You gotta watch too, Yagami-san. Every episode, you can borrow them. No, it's just, I'm really busy. Because I don't even have a TV at home. Then I'll just lend you a TV and a DVD player too. Holy shit, she's very persistent. Like, you have to watch them all. You have to. Or else. I even give you a TV and a DVD player on top of it. Come on. You have to.
Huh?
What? Then how are you going to watch it? I have a dedicated set of DVDs for the sole purpose of spreading the love, actually. I should buy another TV and DVD player to spread it out even harder. Oh my god, she's gonna watch this through the window. Make sure we watch them all. Yeah, stand outside the window in her undercover attire. Just staring, making sure we watch every episode. And every single second of it too. Make sure we don't take our eyes off the screen. Or else. She pulls out her smoke gun. Whoa, you're not joking, are you? Never underestimate Otaku power, I guess. Hey, Chan, let's do this thing. Let's do the thing. Oh, hell yeah. What thing? Captain Cup's Hidden Shine pose. Hey, why don't you do it with us, Yagami-san? No, wait, what? Do I have to? Come on your feet. Once you do it, you'll understand how awesome it is. Oh, God. Okay, here we go. Ready. What is happening? Imagine walking into a bar and this is what you see. Captain Cup. Change. Dot, dot, dot. Woo, that was seriously super freaking amazing. Hey, Chad, does this remind you of that scene in that first movie when Captain Cup 1 through 3 are all together? Dot, dot, dot. You totally, Yagami-san. Looks just like the third too. Huh? Oh. That's more than a dot dot dot. That's how. Wait, was that actually? Did he actually do 5 dot dot dots? Holy shit! That's how speechless he was. Dot 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 dot. Yes, they're all Captain Cup buddies now. They just maybe one of them. Oh shit! If it was 6 dot dot dots, then man, he would have been real speechless. Next, I was speechless. Which means we're all BFFs now. What now? This party can't stop now. Come on, everyone. We're getting fucked up. Cheers. Whoa, what? That took a turn. Huh? Too many things just happened. What? You talked about me having to watch this anime thing, and then we did the pose, and now we're BFFs, and now we're getting fucked up. What is happening? that went from 0 to 100 real quick. Meets rational friendship with AYAYA. Status as a regular has increased. AYAYA-chan seems happy, and now that she's honest about who she is, feels like this whole thing brought us closer. Hopefully I get a chance to talk with Emily-chan more. Better back to Girls Bite. Quintuple millionaire. What? Well, actually, let's go visit our cats. I haven't done that. Oh, wait. This is the wrong spot. There we go. Is it? Wait, is this who I think it is? Hey, you. It's been a while.
A name, huh?
Your name is... It's not who I thought it was. But I believe this is Stinky. Stinky. Wanna play for a bit? Stay. This is good. I think we're bonding. Is that how you become friends with a cat? Stare at each other. Oh? We say I got a present from a little someone. What the fuck? The cat gave me a scorpion. Yeah. Yeah, that's how you become best buds with cats. Just stare at them. Where did the cat get a scorpion from? Oh my god. I can't run in a straight line with this broken controller. Alright, let's continue the main story. After I've gone to the bathroom. Yeah, be really quick, gentlemen. Enjoy the... Wait, what does it say now on the penguin cam? Hold on. Oh, it's... Okay, I gotta sell my soul to Google. There we go. But yeah, the penguin cam is still broken. Maybe that's what it was, yeah. Oh, shit. Maybe I should have read it a bit more in depth. It was the Penguin Manifesto I just accepted. Oh no. Oh no. Well, yeah, I guess there's no going back now. I guess I'm part of the Penguin Club. Yep, the penguins are my new leaders. I have to obey everything they say. I have to follow their command. I must do what the penguins tell me to do. Oh, yep, guess there's no going back now. All hail the penguins. Hashtag first penguin. Penguins dance. Wait, I'll be right back really quick. Hey. Hi. They have returned. They didn't get kidnapped by the penguins. On the way back. Yago. I have to sleep? Oh yeah, that's right. Rest on the couch. That's the mission.
Hello?
It's Shirosaki. Are you in Yokohama again, Yagami-san?
Yeah. Is this about Ahara's trial?
Yes. Regarding the appeal. The prosecution says they want to consult with us.
Yeah.
Off the record.
Yeah.
Off the record? What do you mean?
They want to discuss with the judge beforehand whether or not Ahara's murder footage is admissible evidence. The video has gone viral, of course, and nobody's really sure how to handle it.
Is the prosecution really gonna hold the line on it being a deep fake?
That's quite possible. Which is why we're meeting today in the courthouse conference room. I'm sorry for the short notice, but could you join us?
Yeah.
Of course. I'll be there.
Thank you very much. No need to rush. There's still plenty of time. Just be sure you're there, please.
You got it. I'll go get wasted at the girls' bar. Before I hit it. I should take a taxi to the courthouse. Actually, hold on. Isn't there... Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I think I remembered something we can do. This infamous place. Ah, yes, here we go. How much money do I have? VIP game. I'll need at least 1,000. How many do I have? Yeah, 305 chips at the moment. That's fine. High stakes game. Here we go, here we go. Or in our other element right now. $17? That's pretty good. We'll stand on that.
I'll stand.
Bust. Oh, it's a fucking draw. Push. Is that a 16? Oh, it's a 7. It's another 17. Surely we'll win this time. We'll stand.
I'll stand.
Bust. Bust. Oh my fucking god. Hey, he busted. Thank god.
Right.
Easy money. The maximum bet is increased to 1,000. Jesus. I don't got that much. At 19? That's pretty fucking good. We'll stand on that, of course.
I'll stand.
Easy money.
Sorry.
Why did you say sorry? Winning. Give me an ace. Oh no, he got my ace. Got next to me. 18. Hey, we'll stand on that. It's a bit risky to hit on.
I'll stand.
Fuck, he got blackjack.
You got me.
I'm glad I didn't bet 200 there. Right now here, this is why we bet 200 and we win big. 15, that's a... Oh, please don't tell me he has blackjack. Oh, 15, that's such an awkward one. Hit me.
Hit me.
Oh, 2. Okay, I'll stand on that. 17. Please bust. Oh, for fuck.
You got me.
Oh, no. We're in the red now. 18. No way he has an ace. Ain't no way. Okay, that works. That doesn't work though. You asshole. Okay, we only got one more shot of this. We have to win this one. How much is that? 17? Stand.
I'll stand.
Please bust. Please bust. I'll get a 16. Oh, you asshole. Of course you had an 18. Oh, it appears you're out of chips. You're fucked. Well, time to make our money back. Time to make our money back at the scrubs table. 20. Oh, easy blackjack. I should have gone all in.
Blackjack. Sorry.
Is that another blackjack? Oh my god. What the fuck?
Blackjack.
2 blackjacks back to back?
Sorry.
Told you we're making our money back. Increased to 500. I don't even have that much. What the fuck, dude? Almost 3 blackjacks back to back. You are an idiot if you hit on this.
I'll stand.
Oh, imagine if he had blackjack.
Right.
Oh, if he got 21. What is up with these? Oh, it's just a 13. Never mind. Gonna be like, what is up with all these god hands? Hit me.
Hit me.
Oh, easy. Nice.
Sorry.
I have 155. How about 50? 50. Easy money, dude. Oh, for blackjack. Nice. Oh, wait. Hold on. What? Hey, that's not part of the script, man. Why did he have blackjack, too? Yeah, no, I'm not bidding 50 again, then. Another 20. No, seems like I should have gone with another 50. There's no way we both have blackjack again. Ain't no way. What the fuck? Me and the dealer both had blackjack twice back to back. Okay, this time I'll get 50. 12. Ugh. Ugh. That's not good. Hit
me.
Okay, I don't like this.
I'll stand.
But I'll stand. Oh, we barely won. Oh my god. And that was the big win too. Nice. Because the deal has a possible blackjack. You may take out insurance equal to half your original bet. No, he doesn't have blackjack. It's fine. The deal does not have blackjack. Let's move on. 16. Ugh. Hit me.
Hit me.
Oof, okay. That works.
I'll stand.
What? He has a 20?
Oh, you got me.
Fucking rigged.
どうされますか? ベッドをお願いします。お手柔らかに。
12. Hit me.
Hit me.
Hit me again.
Hit me.
Ugh. Damn.
I'll stand.
He's a bust.
Oh, you got me.
That's not what we call busting. Okay, now this is where we put in like oh, I didn't mean to rebet. I actually wanted to bet like 50. Hit me.
Hit me.
Okay, so it's a good thing I didn't bet 50. I had 16. Oh, if you would have won too, that's unlucky. No, I didn't mean to bet that. I only bet 10. How about we double down then?
I'll double down.
Okay, now let's actually bet what I want to bet. 50. Ah, 16? That's such an awkward... Oh, no, please don't tell me. Here's blackjack. I have to hit.
Hit me.
Fuck. Okay, next round, it's all or nothing. All in. All in. I want to have at least 5 left. 70. Almost all in. Oh, that's pretty good. A 19. And then if he has a 10, oh my god, this is perfect.
I'll stand.
Oh, he did have a 10. Fuck yeah.
Right.
Just like that, we're back in business. 30. 13. Hit me.
Hit me.
Hit me. And it's probably gonna be a high number that gives me next. Let's try though.
Hit me.
Oh no, that was perfect. Flawless. Nice. Oh. Jeez.
Sorry.
Barely won. How about 75? Oh, just 70, I guess. Oh, is that a blackjack? 18? That's pretty good, though. Please, 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 please. Please don't get over 18, Mr. Dealer.
I'll stand.
What?
Oh, you got
Alright, all in again. All in, all in. 100, 100.
どうされますか？ベッドをお願いします。では始めましょう。
Blackjack? Fuck. Did we double down on this? No, I can't even double down.
Hit me.
Oh my, that's horrible. Another 10? Oh, I would have lost either way. Okay, it's all or nothing now. Big money time. Give Sure, give me 100 trips. 100 trips, all in, first hand. If we lose, we leave. If we win, it's big money time. I'm all in. This is all or nothing. An 18. Okay, you better not get a fucking 20 somehow. Stand. It's all or nothing. We're all in.
I'll stand.
But people gambling, guess. Oh yes, we're back in business, baby.
Sorry.
Now, can I leave this table and go back to the low roller table? Yes, get me back to the low roller table. So the high stakes table. Alright, 20. Ooh, he has a blackjack? Nah, ain't no way. The dealer does not have blackjack, okay. Double down.
I'll double down.
Probably not a good idea. Why would you... Why and how would you ever double down? Hit me.
Hit me.
Oh my god. Stand.
I'll stand.
Please don't have an 8. You son of a... Okay, this next one, we're gonna win. I can feel it. So, we're getting a little spicy here. 60. Just one more. Just one more. This is it. Okay, this is why we double down, and this is why we win big. Trust me. This is it. This is the one right here. Watch this.
I'll double down.
Oh yeah, no, we're not gonna win. No, you asshole. Shit. 18. Now he's probably gonna have a 19 somehow.
I'll stand.
Yes. Why couldn't you have done that before?
Sorry.
Now I have to slowly build my money back. Wow. That's a very low hand. Now I'll stand on this. Hit me.
Hit me.
Hit me again.
Hit me.
Oh, okay. No way he gets 21. Ain't no way. I refuse to believe if he gets it. No! He got 21! Wait, no, there is no way. This casino is rigged. What the fuck, man?
どうされますか？ベッドをお願いします。お手柔らかに。
13 hit me.
Hit me. I'll stand.
Oh my god. Okay, if I can make it If I can have 50 chips, I'll leave, okay? Double ace? What is that? Is that blackjack? Oh no, it's just a 12. I can't split it. Hit me.
Hit me.
Hit me again.
Hit me.
Oh, for fuck. I should leave. Well, we are in the red by a lot right now. I need to buy more chips. More chips. You can't leave on a loss. I mean, come on now. That's just common sense. You can't leave on a loss. That's just common sense. This is it. I'm betting 50, and if we win, I leave. Because you can't leave on a loss. 17. That's a really awkward one to have. Please bust, Mr. Dealer.
I'll stand.
Oh, he busted. Okay, move on. I'm out of here. Quick, leave. Where's the exit? Step away from the tape. Nope, that was it. Nope, no more. I got my win. We're leaving on a win. No, come on, one more. One a roll. People gamble. Look, we just won. One a roll. Just one more. Nope, I'm out of here. I'm gone. We won. We're leaving on a win. Jesus. Now let's go back to the girls' bar. We lost a lot of money. We did not leave a profit whatsoever. This is the only thing I can do. This girls buffing. As in terms of side missions.
Emily-chan.
Nakata!
Giacomi, not Nakata.
Hey!
What brings you by, Nakata? What? I mean, having drinks with girls. You into girls, Nakata?
Huh?
What? Girls, do you like them? What? How do I answer this the right way? Of course I do. Who knows? Not particularly. Of course I do. Cause I like girls. Wouldn't be the girls, but if I didn't. You're honest, Nakata. I like honest guys.
Huh?
Oh, do you? Nakata, I'm a human lie detector.
Are you serious?
You tell if someone's lying? Really?
Yeah.
Sure can. That's why I was wondering if you were really here for fun, Nakata. Crap. Did you figure out that I'm here undercover? Yeah. See you around. That girl's a walking mystery.
Leo-chan.
See you around. Turns around, pulls out the smoke gun, and just blasts us in the back. Yeah, let's drink some more blood.
What have we got here? My treat? Cheers.
This will be so much fun.
So, about the other day.
So, about the other day. What happened the other day? Hey, Yagami-chan, do you listen to any Idol songs? If you want, I'd love it if you listen to one of my songs one day. If it's... I don't know what that says. I can't... None of this makes any sense. Oh, I think you have to click reset when none of it makes sense. think. Yagami-chan, I think one of the most important things for an idol is the right hairstyle. Yagami-chan, what do you think about my hair? It's hair. You donkey, your pigtails look really cute. I get that panic. Yeah, you make me so mad. Then let's see how you look with this hair. Ah, it made her grumpy. This is going well. The other day there was a kitty cat in front of the bar. I couldn't let it inside since we served food and drinks, but it's super sweet, super cute. There's so many kitty cats around here. Do you ever see lots of stray kitties, Yagami-chan? How do you reset? Stray titties? What? I'll have to visit my off. Okay, I got one right. I'm so jealous. You're gonna spend all the time around them. They must really like you, Yagami-chan. That went horrible. She said sad face again. Hey, hold on, let's try that again. Round 2.
What should I get? Let's have a drink together. Cheers.
So, about the other day.
What's amazing is...
Hey, let's not fuck it up, shall we? Yagami-chan, you and Morichi talk a lot. Are you two friends? Morichi-san gives me all kinds of advice. Usually she's a friend. Yeah, that's what this is all about. Just people talk. I always love seeing customers being friendly with each other. I hope you stay friends. Mochi came to my show the other day. He really knows how to dance and cheer. His moves are so slick, it was amazing. Looking at him, I never would have imagined it. You a good dancer too, Yagami-tan? The auto kind? As long as it's a real dance, I'll teach it as my fighting style? What? I don't know what he was... I don't know where he was going with that. I haven't been feeling so great lately. I think I've just pooped from studio practice. What do you do when you don't feel so good, Yagami-tan? I'll buy some food I like. To my throat at Kaito. Maybe did it, okay. Well, it's amazing, I have to try that. I'm gonna have a strawberry party when I get home. Hey, that was all fun. Time flies when I'm with you, Yagami-tan. Nice, I got into her. I'm out of here. Enough people talking.
I'll be back.
Okay, Arnold. Continue to investigate the girl spot. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, well... yeah, I guess we'll go to the courthouse now. All we can do, really. Or we could go gamble some more, I suppose, but... that's for one to actually do the story. Tokyo High Courthouse. A small meeting room.
So what you're saying is, Yui Mamiya was not a victim of sexual battery, but rather she conspired with Akihiro Ehara to fake a murder alibi.
Yes. Yeah.
We've already closed the book on that ordeal, yet now the defense wants to write a sequel?
Yeah. I just...
To establish the defendant's motive in the harassment, we need to bring the Mikoshiba murder to light. The groping itself was staged. It was all part of their script, right down to the guilty verdict.
It sounds like the defendant has a strong hostility for the court.
Ehara got the court to accept his murder alibi by twisting the legal process to his own ends. It was easy to miss, because at the time, Mikoshiba's body hadn't been found yet. But we have to admit that we all got duped.
We? You're not even a lawyer. You're a detective.
Yagami-sensei still has a license to practice.
Forget what I said if it offended you, prosecutor.
My superiors always told me that in his youth, your Genda-sensei was a difficult man. He'd insist his clients were innocent, persisting even in the face of conviction. He was hostile to the prosecution, and was known to fraternize with Kamurocho Yakuza. But it was his sheer disrespect that made my boss hate him.
Damn. You sure know an awful lot about Genda-sensei.
Because I honestly can't say I like him. He treated me like a child when I was starting out.
I'll tell you this. There's no higher praise for the defense than being called difficult by the prosecution.
Genda-sensei was worried about Sayuri-san's career, but I guess he fought the prosecution just so as hard back in the day. I guess Sayuri-san picked up some of that attorney spirit from Genda himself.
Now, if we can get back on track, can we confirm the defendant himself has agreed to the appeal?
Yes.
Yeah.
But if Ehara really committed the murder, why would he agree to his alibi being scrutinized?
Ehara's objective isn't to get away with murder.
Then what is he after?
Making a mockery of the legal system.
Then it'd be best not to pay him any attention.
And you'd be right. If your priority is saving face in front of the court rather than preserving fairness in the law.
You've got a real attitude.
Sorry I'm a bit late.
It's that guy
So, with
from
this
the
appeal,
hospital.
the defense wants to assert the defendant's innocence by establishing his guilt in a murder.
Wait, before we go on, who is this?
He's from the Metropolitan Police. Considering Ehara was on the force, he has a vested interest here. He's not here to participate, don't worry.
The police can't afford to be embarrassed any further. We need to send the right message to the public.
Can we have your name, please?
The name is Bando.
It is the same
Your
guy.
title?
Think of me as a kind of police coordinator. But don't let me interrupt the proceedings. Forget I'm even here. Please, continue.
So much for this meeting being off the record.
Allow me to restate the prosecution's opinion to the judge. We cannot allow the murder footage to be used as new evidence in Akihiro Ehara's appeal. It's nothing but an online hoax of unknown origin. We can't just casually introduce that into court.
Indeed.
Furthermore,
This guy looks
if
like a
Ehara bears
gangster.
such hostility towards the court, the footage might
The
end
guy
up
in the
being a
blue
trap.
suit?
Trap.
Yes. What if the next
He
viral
looks more
video
like a
proves the
gangster
original
than a
footage was
police
doctored?
officer.
What if the proceedings have already begun by then? Do we drop the appeal and call it a day? We cannot allow a man like Ehara to swing the court around by its nose at his whims. With that in mind, I believe Ehara's conviction should be upheld and enforced. Would the defense care to comment? Did you think any of this through before filing this appeal?
Yes. We aim to prove
Secretly the
defendant's
Godfather. I
innocence,
mean,
no
I'd
matter what
believe
your
it.
objections may be.
And what about you?
What do you think about Ehara's appeal? How do I answer him? His guilty verdict was wrong. Ehara must atone for Mikoshiba's murder.
Ehara has to atone for Mikoshiba's murder. I can't look the other way while a killer evades his sentence.
Come now. Is that why you're appealing? If so, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Yagami-san, I understand how you feel, but being innocent of sexual battery isn't guilt for Mikoshiba's murder.
What? What?
We're only appealing the groping
What?
case here. So
His reaction.
Oh, right.
What? What?
And,
What is this nonsense?
How never committed sexual battery.
we will prove Ehara's innocent of sexual battery. We have all the evidence we need.
You mean the murder video? You're no better than the public. You believe everything you read online. Is there any real proof that the video isn't fake? Or are you trying to set a precedent for court sentences to hinge on dubious videos?
True, the prosecution might have a point here, Yagami-san.
What? What?
What?
The murder footage
What?
may not have shown Ihara-san assaulting anyone, but that alone doesn't prove him innocent.
Oh, right. Then,
What is this nonsense?
His guilty verdict was wrong.
Ihara's guilty verdict was wrong. We don't think there was enough evidence at the first trial to result in that verdict.
There was fiber from the victim's underwear found on Ihara's hand.
That was a trick. It was set up with cooperation from the victim.
There is no evidence it was a trick. Are you saying Yui Mamiya and Ihara met beforehand?
Yes.
Is there proof of
Yeah.
that? Was there perhaps any security footage we didn't see?
No, the station erases the footage from their cameras after a few days if there's no need to keep it.
Right. But if there's even a chance Ihara and Mamiya were a team, the underwear fiber proves nothing. What were the other deciding factors? Security footage? The smartphone videos we kept seeing on TV? Those don't prove the crime either, because there was a huge time gap in them.
What?
What?
We've done enough legwork to know.
The security footage that supposedly proved Ihara's guilt, there was a big gap. What was it? There's a big hole in security footage that's supposedly proved Ihara's guilt. Isn't it this?
Did you walk around the site with your own 2 feet, prosecutor?
Well, no. But I have been to Shinjuku Station plenty of times.
Then you must know they have a mountain of security cameras covering every angle. But if you went there to look carefully, you'd find there are some blind spots. That's Ihara running, while Mamiya chases after her. It seems as though the whole chase is recorded, but this area in dotted lines is a blind spot no camera saw. That's the momentary gap in time where Ihara and his double switched places.
The victim
I
was
know,
running
I
right
was
behind
thinking
it.
that too.
She would have noticed if they
Why
swapped
is he
places right in
showing
front
them
of
it
her eyes.
vertically?
Oh, but she knew about the swap all along.
Amateur.
They were all in on it from the start.
Can you prove that?
You can't even
We
tell
don't
what
have
it
to
says
prove
properly on the
defendant
phone.
was innocent, Takano-san.
What?
What?
All we have to prove is that the evidence provided by the prosecution at the trial was insufficient to determine guilt. Because that's the role of the defense counsel.
Indeed it is.
If the prosecution can't debunk any and all possibility that the train groping was a put-up job, then it's innocent until proven guilty.
Then the defense should have brought it up the first time. Although I doubt Shirosaki-sensei actually believed in the defendant's innocence herself.
The guilty verdict at the trial was orchestrated by the defendant. It was our error not to have seen it at the time, but it would be another not to correct ourselves now.
Stop being so dramatic. He's just a subway perv.
That is a statement I cannot abide. The law can't give the impression that a false charge is permissible, even for a subway perv.
Right. I take that back. I misspoke.
I do believe this case is worth a trial in the appeal court. If the court was misled by a hostile defendant, then only the court can correct it.
Thank you very much.
However, I too have seen Ihara-san's murder footage. I believe it would be difficult to introduce it as evidence in this trial. Therefore, I cannot allow it to be brought into the courtroom at this time.
Can't use the murder footage to flip the guilty verdict. We can't even bring it to court. The Godfather guy. Hey man.
Sorry, son. Think you've got this covered?
Huh?
I'll poke my head in at the office later.
Very well.
We need to talk with the mafia guy.
Bando-san.
Exactly, he's gonna
from public security.
in the Vic of an offer he can't
I don't
refuse.
recall saying my department. But yeah, that's right.
Do you know Reiko Kusamoto, the vice minister at the Ministry of Health?
Of course.
Monka W, yeah,
Any
give me
particular reason she's under constant
asking
surveillance?
too many questions.
A rather bold question, isn't it?
It's just you and me here.
I see you know how to cut to the chase, Yagami-sensei.
At this point, there's no way a guy from public security can show up and never relate to Riko Kusamoto. He's actually doing the story. We just started. Yeah. We just got done gambling. We just got done playing blackjack and spending more time with the girls, but
Ihara's trial can't be that important to you. So I have to figure I'm the reason you showed up. You want to know where Kawana is, don't you? Were you finally forced to get off your ass because nobody else can get eyes on him?
Kawana, otherwise known as Yu Kitakata, is wanted on suspicion of murder. If you know where he is, please do tell.
Wanted for murder? Huh. Because you know, I thought it was RK acting on your orders that killed Sawa-sensei. You think you can hide that fact forever? Even the cops in the field have their suspicions.
Do they? Well, the cubicle workers always resent the corner offices. Officers in the field complain about their superiors. I did the same thing back in my day.
Then why did you use thugs as your pawns instead of officers? Is that how Sawa-sensei got roped into this?
I'm afraid I'm not following.
no doubt about it, he's the one controlling AK. At the very least, he's one of the guys giving orders for show, man.
You knew it was going to be a dirty job from the beginning. That's why you couldn't use anybody on the force. Or maybe you just weren't able to find an underling you could fully trust.
That's a good one.
Public security's only tricks are surveillance and call tracing. You leave the dirty work to the thugs.
That may be true, but it's enough to crush the likes of you.
Good W.
I'm gonna ask just in case.
Gonna
Where
wake
is
up
Soma
to a
now?
horse head in our bed
Hand
now.
over Kawana to me and there will be no more victims.
What?
Do you have a reason to protect him? I already know he's going around executing bullies. He's a disturbance to public order.
But he wasn't the one who killed Sawa-sensei.
I didn't come here to argue. I came to issue an ultimatum.
Goodbye, Mafia guy. Wait, we're in Kamurocho now? What are we doing here? What's my next move? Looking for Kawana. What should I do? Oh my god, you played Redfall and Keg W? May not believe it. Expectations were low, but you were somehow still disappointed. Jesus. Sounds about right. Yeah, because earlier today I was watching Dan play it. Dan's Gaming. And oh my god, it looks rough, man. Then I also saw some clips of it on Twitter, and yeah. It looks rough and pretty boring, to be honest. It looks like it gets boring really fast, at least if I were to play it personally. Texture quality, none. Yeah, I don't know. It just looks so bland. It looks so bland. And then I don't know, the whole concept of the game, I don't know. I'm not really a fan of it. Oh yeah, that's true as well. It only runs at fucking 30 FPS on the Xbox. And yeah, it looks so bland like that. It's just all a bit meh because there's also like open world and stuff. Open world co-op. I think it would have been a lot better if it was just, you know, Left 4 Dead, Back 4 Blood style. There's just a few levels you can do. A couple levels you run through. Blood looks like red paint. Yeah, this looks so nice right here. But you would think a game about vampires, you'd think they would focus on the blood. Oh, you would think, you know, that would be one of the top priorities. Make the blood look good. And then on top of all of that, it's $70, isn't it? Or something like that. Jesus. Hey, that kitty, nice to meet you. I don't want to go. Oh, is this? I don't want to go to kill time. I should give you a name.
Name, huh?
Spooky. I want to call you Snowball. Uneven key.
Stay safe.
Well, yeah, that just adds to it as well. I don't know, it's just a mess. And then also, plus they released, like, yeah, well, they came out today, right? I completely forgot about it. They released it so close to the Star Wars game. I don't know, man. But that Paul game, it deserved better. It should have been done differently. I feel like it would have been way cooler if you played as a vampire instead of just people with guns. But did I beat any chapter? What did you're asking me? Boxy. If you're asking me, then I only completed the chapter from earlier. With one chapter from earlier. Was still in chapter 11. Yeah, it was still in chapter 11. Only completed one chapter today. Which I wouldn't even call a chapter because we did one mission and yeah, that was the end of that chapter. Don't even get any XP unless you're the host. Wait, what? So yeah, if you're playing with some friends, your friends are not gonna level up. Oof. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. Like, yeah, when I saw Dan playing it earlier, it looks like there's barely any enemies too in the world. There's only like 1 or 2 enemies at a time. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know why. Whole vampire game. Should have gotten more time. Oh, hey. What's up? That the Godfather guy sent you? Could they be okay? They're practically showing off how much they're watching me. Is this public security's plan to put pressure on me? Fuck.
guys?
But hey, I mean, at least see from the bright side. You didn't have to pay full price for the game. You get to try it out for free. The garlic pass.
I wish you had it.
Get up. Whoa, that spin. Holy. Right, now let's enter the office. Hello.
Hey, how is Prosecutor Takano? I've heard he's still miffed about how I treated him back in the day. I hope Saori-kun doesn't have a hard time because of that.
Can't talk with him.
Yagami-san, was everything okay back there? That man, Bondo, I knew something was off about him. Is he one of the men behind RK?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He was trying to find out where Kawana was.
I see. That reminds me. Hoshino-kun seems to have heard some rumors about RK.
Oh, now I can talk to him.
Hoshino-kun, did you pick up what the word is on RK?
Yeah. One of the bosses, Akutsu, came back to Kamurocho yesterday.
He's back?
He's number 2 in the group, isn't he?
Yeah, so he would probably know about Soma. Know where he is?
Well, I'm not sure if you're aware, Yagami-san, but RK owns some of the cabaret clubs in Kamurocho, and Akutsu manages them. If a girl makes a lot of sales, or if she becomes a rising star in the club, Akutsu apparently gives that girl a bonus.
Is this going where I think it's gonna go?
How do you know this stuff, Hoshino-kun?
Our clients come from all walks of life in Kamurocho, cabaret girls included.
So to sum it all up, a popular girl has a chance to meet Akutsu?
Yeah, but this week nobody was getting that chance, until yesterday. Which is how I figured out Akutsu is back in Kamurocho. He must have been in Yokohama.
Oh, well, that makes sense. But where exactly in Kamurocho is he?
That's the part I don't know. RK bosses never sleep in the same place twice. Gotta keep the cops off their trail.
But despite the risk,
Yeah,
Akutsu still reaches out to popular girls.
Oh shit. That must mean it's good.
Hey, I'm not even mad. In fact, I'm up for the challenge.
Awesome, Saori-san. If you can rock the cabaret gig again, you can hook Akutsu.
Yep, this is going where I think it's going.
Undercover mission to infiltrate RK.
Plastic Back 2.0 time.
Damn if I don't want to see Saori-san transform one more time! I can't help it!
What the hell's gotten into you?
Are there any bars we know for sure that RK owns?
There is. You remember Queen Rouge, the place Saori-san snuck into a long time ago? RK recently took over the management there.
Queen Rouge.
Boss.
What about the owner? Still the same guy?
Yep, he's still there. One of the original employees. Only thing is, it used to be a classy spot, but they've cut a lot of corners. The vibe has probably changed a lot.
Really? Well, maybe that means I can afford to go.
Hey, totally! I want to go too.
This is no time to be idiots.
Okay, well, Saori-san, you'll need the whole makeover again. I can take point on that.
No need, I'll be fine.
Huh?
Just the other day, Mari-san and I figured out what kind of makeup goes over well with
We don't have to play dress up again.
with that.
With Mari?
It's probably for the better.
Counterpoint.
Last time it took us half an hour to dress her up.
With all due respect, don't judge what you haven't seen.
Oh, really?
Am I about to step on a landmine? Should I just leave it up to them? Do I leave it to makeup? If you leave it to, she's about the same outfit as last time. Yeah. Yeah. Add some final touches. Oh, does that mean I just get to edit a bit?
Okay, then can I look at the makeup you designed with Mari, and if anything needs touching up, I can fix it?
There will be no need to fix anything. It's first-class work, and your opinion is
Hello.
Yeah, sure, but you know.
Should I do? I really should fight serious out on this. Whatever then. Okay.
Okay.
I want to see
I'll
her in
leave
the
it to you,
plastic bag
Saru-san.
again.
Should've just kept
That's
my
what I was
mouth
gonna pick
shut.
anyways.
Believe me, I'm not one to boast, but I'm confident my efforts are in the best interest of the mission.
That's the spirit. With Saru-kun here, Genda Law will have its doors open for another 20 years.
True. And we've got Yagami-san's wisdom, too.
All right. Should we get on with the mission?
Let's do this.
I only remember the plastic bag. I don't remember what else we made her look like, so it'll be a surprise. There's still a little more time until the makeup's done. I should get ready to deal with any issues. Make preparations. I'll make preparations, alright. Yeah, I'll make preparations, alright. Can I? Why is it here? I can just go back in. Now we'll go make some preparations. Go make some preparations at the girls' bar. Yeah, and there's no other side quests. Got time for a little pit stop at the girls' bar while she's getting her makeup done. Konnichiwa. Ayaya.
Ryu-chan. Prim What should I
flower.
get? Let's have a drink together. Cheers.
So, about the other day.
I'm
Konnichiwa.
starting to feel it.
Ayaya.
What's amazing is...
What's amazing is... What's amazing is... And she just laughs. Next time I think about my next song, I'm gonna make something that pumps people up, but I can't really think of a theme. Need a really good idea. You got one? Song of hopes and dreams. Makes people horny. Wait, no. I was just about to click X. Hey, Yagami-chan, do you really listen to any Idol songs? We've had this one before. I do not know what the answer is to this. That one confuses me. I've been feeling recently. We've had this one before too. I'll buy some food. Wait, no, that wasn't the one. You completely fucked it up. Don't worry. That's the usual routine with her. We fuck it up the first time and then we get it the second time.
Wanna try this? Cheers.
Cheers. What's amazing is...
Guess what happened?
God, why is he not saying it? Here we go, here we go. Every time I think one of the most important things for an idol is the right hairstyle. What'd you think about my hair upgrade? I don't know how to get this one either. Your twin pigtails look really cute. No, I got it. But thanks, these are called half pigtails. That's so nice of you to say, Yagami-tan. I'm gonna be the idol that totally rocks his hairstyle. Mauricio came to my show the other day. It's this one. As long as it's a real dance, I'll preach out of my fighting style. I got that one correct the first time by chance. Hey, talking like you two friends? Marishan gives me all kinds of advice. Let's say he's a friend. Nice. Hey, that was fun. Time flies when I'm with you. Now let's go play some dot with her. That should level her up. I don't want to play solo. No. Mio-chan. That's the right one, right? Yeah. It's time to play.
Let's go.
Make preparations. Yep. What other preparations besides playing dot with the girls at the girls' bar could I make?
Nice.
Yeah, what kind of other preparations could I possibly be making? Yes. Yep. Yes. Oh my god, he's done it. Yes, he's done it. The crowd goes wild. The crowd goes wild. Oh my god, and she's doing it too. What the fuck? This is that insane. Wait, no, shut up. Be quiet. She got a single 6 and a single 10. What the fuck happened? Triple pog. Nice one, scrub. Now, make room for the professionals.
Nice.
I'll make some room for the pros, eh?
Yep. Nice.
Easy money.
Sorry.
She's crying. Nice. Beat her so bad and she started crying. I lost. Sad face. You're just too strong, Yagami-tan. But I hope you ask me to play again. Yeah, if you stop saying sad face out loud. Okay. Let's leave and come back so we can begin the next part of the side quest. Ripple Park, how does he do it? Dot Master. Oh hey, it looks like I'm already back. Wait, where's the next bit? Where's the next bit of the quest? What's up, Mio-chan? I don't think I've ever seen you so down. A bunch of my private stuff is going around on Chatter.
Does that mean...
Chatter? Like the social media platform? What kind of stuff? Like what time I wake up, what shows I watch, even how often I go to the bathroom? Jesus.
Huh?
You serious? That's horrifying. That might be a stalker peeping in my room. I'm super not okay. Well, you are quite popular, Mio-chan. Could some obsessive fan be the one doing the peeping? No way, my fans would never do anything like that. They're all so wonderful. I mean, if you say so. But I'm still worried about you. I'm honestly so shaken that I think I might move. Life is hard. Big shame, Hana. Who the fuck is that? Short-haired woman. Mio-chan, I'm here! Wow! Milky Senpai? You came. What the fuck? Well, yeah, I promised, didn't I? Said I stopped by your place for some drinks. I am incredibly thrilled. Thank you so much, ma'am. Mio-chan, you just completely shifted your tone. Milky Hoshigashiki Senpai is one of the greatest and most respected underground idols there is. One of the senpai is set to speak formally around her. Formally? Well, can't say I understand. Mio has this idol senpai who's all about the military. But yeah, that senpai commando basically drilled this whole manner of speech into her. She was never any good at being proper to begin with, so the results have been a little weird. No kidding. What's your name, by the way?
It's me.
It's me. I'm one of Mio-chan's customers. Well, Yagami-san, please give Mio-chan all the support you can. Spend a little cash on her, her at the bar. Milky-senpai, I'm so grateful for your thoughtful words, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. By the way, Mio-chan, whatever happened with your stalker situation? Oh, right, ma'am. That still hasn't been solved yet. Ma'am. I see. We were actually just talking about that. Since us undergrad idols are more involved and up close with the fans, stuff like this happens sometimes. I also had a stalker follow me once. And there was this other time where I came home and found a fan in my house with a knife. What the fuck? Yeah. What? Sad face. Mio-chan, you need to keep a sharp eye out, okay? Any fan come to mind that sticks out as a red flag? Yeah. My fans are good people. I don't believe any of them would ever stalk me, ma'am. Jeez, you're so soft. You're too soft for your own good, Mio-chan. This whole stalker thing is scary as hell. You become better friends with Mio. Because we talked about her stalker.
You should get some fresh air, big guy.
Yep. You got it. I'm to head back to a plastic bag girl. Her makeup should be done right now. Yeah, because I'm all loaded up on sandwiches, right? Yeah, we don't really need anything. I'm gonna go do the mission while wasted. Like a professional detective. I can't run in a straight line. Him being drunk and my controller being messed up doesn't help. The taxi parked so far away. Oh, here we go, here we go. Let's see our plastic back girl shine, shall we? Am I totally ready? I'm all ready. I'm all ready. All that's left to do is to wait for Serious-san to come out. Why are they looking at me? Hey, there she is. All plastic back girl.
Oh, wow. That is nice.
You can Mari-san.
It's perfect.
Oh,
I'm really
wow.
impressed.
Nice plastic bag.
Well then, shall we head over to Queen Bruges?
Oh, while you were doing your makeup, I talked to the owner about you coming in. Like Hoshino-kun said, there's apparently a system in place where a girl with great sales potential gets the attention of Akutsu.
I understand. Basically, I just have to aim to be #1 at the bar, right?
How confident are you?
Oh my god.
Make any guarantees.
That giant
Give it
ring.
my all.
Then I'm with you all the way, a lady.
My lady. I should head to Queen Rogue. I can do this. I've got on the cover that before.
Ready, Sari-san?
Oh wait, I'm her now? Oh shit. Him posing for the camera. What is he doing? Oh, how do I do this? I'm really mad. Wait, we gotta make it black and white. There you go. To make it look vintage. Now it's Instagram worthy. You wanna give her a cat kiss? You wanna give the plastic bag a cat kiss? I mean, that's sick if we get to play as her. Just for a little bit. I don't know how long we get to play as her, but at least we get to walk over there. Oh, let's take the totally safe alleyway. Did it in the first game. What, this? They dress up with her? Yeah, it's in the first game too. It is indeed, because I remember that so well, because I was so excited about that. I was like, whoa, what the fuck? That's fucking sick. Maybe get to dress her up. Get to play as her in the first game. Oh yeah, yeah, I think so too. I don't quite remember where. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you did get to play as her. Why is he stuck in that? Stretchy rubber. Well, you're gonna need it.
I pass by this place sometimes, but it's been a while since I've been inside.
The owner remembered you from last time. Said he wished you were there every night instead of just one.
The undercover cabaret girl of his dreams returns.
Oh, take this before you go. It's a wireless earpiece. If you end up going somewhere with Akatsu, we can use it to communicate. I'll be there in a flash if things go even remotely south.
Got it. I know you have my back, Yagami-san.
You bet. Good luck then.
Time for the plastic bag to shine.
Oh! Saori-san! It's you!
Cha?
Yeah. Looking at you takes me back to better days. You are a cut above. A sight for sore eyes.
Nice to see you again. Have you been well?
I'm fine. I'm fine! Well, that's a lie. Last time you were here, we were a good place. But times have only gotten tougher. Now, we're just a fast and cheap dive bar with mediocre service.
Yes, I heard a bit about that.
Keep this on the down low, but the former owner lost a bet in Mahjong. So we sold the bar. We're under RK's management now. And ever since they took over, we're just like every other seedy place. We don't even make a profit unless we're shuffling people in and out, which of course impacts the girls' performance.
But I hear the girls with promise catch the eye of the RK members.
Haha! So you already know about that. Yes, Arcade treats people well who treat their bottom line well. If they notice a special girl, they'll give her a bonus to show their generosity. Or maybe Akutsu-san just wants to drink with cute girls.
Probably that. True goal is to find out the location of Arcade's underboss. Akutsu, becoming the #1 girl in the boss is like incidental. This isn't about having a good time. I may be dressed up, but I'm still working a job here.
Where do girls usually meet up with Akutsu-san?
No particular location. Just depends on his mood, I guess. Haha! But you have your eye on that bonus, I see. Well, if anyone could get it, it's you, Saori-san. I'm rooting for you.
Thanks, man.
Can you hear me, Saori-san?
Yes.
Right.
So you got in okay. Just so you know, I think I'm gonna call for support.
Support?
Yeah, so in case you meet Akutsu, we'll be ready to pounce on him. But you'll be on your own until then.
I think now I'm number one at this bar, and the first rule in customer service is to heap praise on the guest. You can do this, Sario. Even if where my own file is sitting there, I must praise him until it becomes a beauty in my hands. Do I get to actually do this?
Are you the new girl the manager brought in?
Yep, I'm the plastic bag girl.
You're kind of older than I thought you'd be.
I'm sorry. Nice to meet you.
What club were you at before this?
Oh, I'm usually an office worker, but I worked here once about 2 years ago.
What, so you just come back whenever you feel like it, like some part-time gig?
Yup.
Really? You treat this job like it's a cakewalk and expect us not to be offended?
Oh, point taken. So, I guess tonight I should sit back and watch the professionals show me how it's done?
What? Are you dissing us?
Yeah.
What? You can haze new girls, but if they give it back, you lose your cool?
Excuse me?
Now. You can't scowl like that when customers are here to have a good time.
You little... Wow. I thought you were just another snob, but you've got barbed wire where it counts.
Megu! You're gonna let a new chick talk to us this way?
Old or new doesn't matter. If you've got the goods, I have no complaints.
I'm going to do my best, and I'll try not to weigh you two down.
Saori-san, Megu-san, Kuriko-san, we have customers!
Megu.
Let's get to work!
Wow.
Meg.
Time for new girl to show us what people see in her.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
No, the clash of female egos. I think I might actually enjoy this. Do I actually get to do something? Or do we get to play as Yagami now?
Hello, I'm Megu. Welcome, I'm Kuniko.
And I'm the plastic bag.
Sorry, nice to meet you.
Wait, what?
Oh, sorry.
Why are they here?
Come, sit here.
Excuse me?
You're beautiful. Oh, the best of the bunch. Man, I am loving this place.
So, how are you?
What the fuck are these two doing here? How is this happening? So Yagami sent by support. This won't help me in the least. In fact, it's doing the opposite. This is harder than I thought. What the hell, man?
But, you know, I could make any prosecutor shake in his boots just by yelling, "Objection!"
That's awesome, you killer lawyer, you.
That's her boss.
Sensei getting all the attention.
God
For
damn.
your information, I passed the national bar exam with top marks.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what's a bar exam?
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
Dies
You
of
ladies have really
courage.
never heard of the bar
That's
exam?
probably her inside,
It's
yeah.
the toughest certification test in Japan.
Having to be like this in front of her boss and co-worker.
Oh, so it's a certificate?
How did they
I
get here?
passed kanji level 3 when I was in middle school.
That's not even comparable.
God, he's so wasted.
Kanji aptitude is a very fine certification.
Huh?
You passed your stupid bar exam how many years ago now? And you're still bragging about your scores? Seriously?
What?
Sorry, John. You can't talk that way to a customer.
I shouldn't have said that, but Hishikun was being such an ass, I couldn't resist.
No, she's right. It's a dumb thing to brag about, isn't it? But the bar is really hard. Not everyone passes it. There's so much studying to do, day and night.
Oh my god, he's crying.
Oh my god. I have to do something to cheer him up. Even though I don't want to. Compliment him I must. Making some bragging. Stroke his ego. Praise his stupid achievement. Stroke his ego.
I can't believe you became such a high-powered lawyer. Almost nobody has the brains to do that.
Yeah? You think so? That really means something coming from you, Saori-san.
From me, specifically? Why is that?
Whoa, what the fuck? Why'd you slap him?
What is it? Oh, you want some champagne?
What?
1 bottle of champagne, please, for this fine young man here.
No, wait!
There's our Mr. Big Time Lawyer. So generous. Thank you.
Is it okay if I have some too? What a blessing to have such a great protege.
Sure.
So, which champagne do you want?
The best in the house, of course.
What?
Really? Wow!
Wait, is 1 bottle really enough for the 5 of us?
Emptying the poor man's bank account.
Please.
You are right. Let's make that 2 bottles of the premium stuff.
There you go. Now we're talking, Hoshino-kun.
Oh my god. Fine. It's fine.
All right. Now it's a party, ladies.
Really? Thank you!
I feel a little sorry for Hishino-kun, but I hope he learned his lesson. They got through that unscathed. But I wish they would just go home already.
Listen up, girls. This is a heck of a lot of fun. I'm having a great time. I tell you, I love cabaret clubs so much.
Me too, Genda-sensei. Especially this one. The customer service is on point. I wish I could come here every night and stay till morning.
Oh, you two know just how to flatter us. So true. Hey, in case you come back, would you like to reserve a bottle in your name? You guys are lawyers, so I'm sure you can afford it.
Well, we're not a big firm, but you know what? Let's do it.
Nice one, boss. You're the best.
Should I let them do this? If they keep drinking like fish, Genda Law is going to go bankrupt. But I have to be seen as someone who brings in loads of sales. Otherwise I won't get to meet Akutsu.
Uh-oh. What's wrong, Saori-san? You're looking kind of gloomy there. Come on, how about a smile?
Yeah, Saori-kun. I was thinking, if you could be just a bit friendlier, you'd be the belle of the ball.
Do you guys already know Saori-san?
Monka W.
You act like you're good friends.
Cover is blown.
They do seem pretty close, right?
Ready to watch me instead of him? Instead of him? What, is he live right now? This isn't good. If I find out we know each other, that would be supremely awkward for me. Not to mention it would completely ruin my plan to get a meeting with AK. He was putting you to sleep. What, is he playing DBD or something?
Huh? I don't know. But would it be so wrong if we did know each other?
Of course not, but this does happen to be our first meeting. Silly sensei.
The first time? Is it really, though?
You're both teasing me so much. Poor Megu-san and Kuniko-san are giving me dirty looks.
Well, I mean, that's because
something does seem fishy.
Is it my plastic bag? This is bad. I guess I need to change gears here. Cuddle up Genda Sensei. Stroke Genda Sensei's chin. Whisper into her Shukun's ear. Sit on his lap. Oh my god, he's really gonna like that. Cuddle with Genda Sensei. That's just awkward. Cuddling up with our boss. What the fuck, man? He's looking at his computer. Oh, so he is live. I see. Do it. Well, I was gonna do that, yeah. That is my plan. Because, well, he is really gonna enjoy that. He's gonna be the happiest man on the planet. Because these two right here, that's just so awkward, man. That's all balls. What the fuck? That's gonna be such an awkward story the next day.
They're suspicious of us, Hoshino-sensei.
Oh boy.
Sorry, son.
But I just can't seem to control myself. Oh, am I being too naughty?
Hoshino-kun, this is inappropriate. Stop this now, both of you.
He can't control the little guy down there.
Can we get that girl at this table too?
Yes, sir. You mean Saori-san?
Oh, me too. Wait a minute. What about us?
Oh my. Please, everyone. She's only one person.
I guess.
I don't think he should be standing up right now.
She sure showed us.
He's getting a little excited down there. Phew, I guess that went well. Now I just wait for Akatsuno to summon me. Mission complete. I think you should sit back down, buddy. Something's sticking out down there.
Defeat, Saori-san. I'm so sorry we were rude before.
Oh, please. I just got lucky tonight.
Yeah, right. I don't think I could have done better than you in any department. You're a natural at conversation, and so sexy too. I learned a lot, actually, and woo, I drank a lot more than usual.
Thanks for the hard work, you three. I bet you barely got any breaks. It was one customer after another. What a night! We haven't had this good a take in a while. And it's all thanks to Saori-san.
No, I couldn't have done it without Megu-san and Kuniko-san at my side.
Come on, it was pretty obvious who the MVP was this evening. Boss, seeing as you're here, does that mean Saori-san's getting a bonus?
That she is. Who would have thought this could happen on her first day? All I can say is, wow. Akutsu-san wants to meet you and show his appreciation by giving you the bonus himself. There's already a taxi waiting outside.
Yeah, what a fucking mission, man. Beautiful.
That is so awesome.
No kidding. So the bonus thing is real, huh? I hope I get one someday.
That was success. Now I'll find out where Akutsu's hiding.
So, where exactly is Akutsu-san waiting for me?
Apparently it's a surprise. He doesn't just let that information out. But I'm sure it's somewhere in Kamurocho. And don't worry, I'm told there'll be another cab to take you home.
I see. Well then, I'm looking forward to it.
What a beautiful fucking mission. But those two even showing up.
Don't worry, Saori-san. I'm standing by. If you need me, I'll be there in a flash.
Driver, could you tell me where we're headed?
Oh, we're almost there, miss.
We're not leaving Kamurocho, are we?
No need to worry.
He's taking us to the baseball set.
Hangout, the underground club. That's where I met Soma for the first time. I thought it had been shut down, but maybe they opened it back up.
We'll be arriving soon.
Saori-san, I presume?
Yep.
We've been expecting
Your plastic bag has arrived.
You are very beautiful. Akutsu-san will be happy.
Thank you for inviting me.
RK takes care of people who keep the cash flowing. The fact you're here means you have a talent for it. You're one of us now, Saori-san.
This is how I can keep recruiting new members and allies. Keep the hostesses who make money by giving them a fat bonus and some pretty boys.
If you would follow me.
Certainly.
Hello.
Here she is, Akutsu-san. Tonight's heroine, Saori-san from Queen Rouge.
Ah, and I see why. You're hotter than your reputation. Come here. Let me give you some motivation to keep at it.
I've heard so much about you, Akutsu-san. It's a pleasure to meet someone so famous.
Have a seat. I'm not gonna ask you to pour after a hard night's work. This sake is not cheap. That's cool though, right? Gotta show my appreciation, don't I?
Oh, there's no need for that.
Well, on to the moment of truth. Your bonus. 1 million yen.
What the
Quite a
fuck?
stack of cash for an office worker. Yeah.
That's a massive
It's a big
bonus.
pile of money
Jesus.
for anyone.
Oh, even for lawyers? Shirosaki sensei?
Uncle W.
I'm not sure I
He
follow.
knows.
This lady lawyer came poking around before. Except she was trying to find out about Kauai at the time.
You see, when it comes to Kamurocho, we have eyes everywhere. Anybody suspicious gets reported to us fast. Most of the eyes working for me or Soma are spies in the police force. And now, we've got a law lady in the bag.
Yagami, we need you. Quick.
So, what do you want with me? Who sent you here, huh?
Well, this took a turn for the worse, didn't it?
You're only just noticing that. Kinda slow for a lawyer, aren't you?
Oh, I didn't mean for me. It just got worse. For you.
What the?
He's here. And Higashi's here too.
You were harder to find than I thought, Akutsu.
Wow, so it was you pulling Saori-chan's strings.
Hell of a sight. Some piece of shit ex-Tojo man thinks he's king of the hill now?
Don't make me laugh. You're the worthless pile of shit, Higashi. Props for having the spine to show up here without backup. And after you barely escaped with your life, Yagami.
Hold that thought, because this isn't the whole party.
Huh?
The only guy I really want to
He's
fuck up
here
is
too.
Stone.
Park.
Yes.
Kaito.
Settle for you losers tonight.
He's out of the hospital.
Kaito. Couldn't just stay dead, huh?
Nice work, Saori-san. We'll take it from here, but did you ring the gong for us?
What?
Nothing kicks off a fight better than a beauty ringing a gong.
Yeah. Give us something to get the mood going.
Okay. Well then. Gentlemen, do your worst!
Get ready.
Let's go. Hell yeah.
Here we go.
Let's roll. Boss fight time. Oh my god. Off to a great start. God, he has so much fucking health. Guy has a knife. Can I have your knife? I need your knife. Nope, 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 that's the wrong guy. Oh god, oh god. Time to eat a few sandwiches. What? No, I didn't get out. Oh, time to down another fuse a couple of sandwiches. I want this guy. No, I want his knife. Someone get more context. That's all the context you need right there. Oh, what the fuck? Pick that guy up and threw him? Get him, Kaito. Nah, but it's from yesterday. We were talking about the new Scream movie that Junior saw. And I asked him what his favorite scene was, or what his favorite bit of the movie was. And well, that's what he said. That's what his response was. That when they were acting, that was good. Yeah, it's because we were talking about the new Scream movie. Oh god, get away from him. Nope. Guy's slicing me up at the same time. Oh my god, the suplex. Can I have your knife? No. Hopefully, yeah. But hopefully that gives more context to the pinned comment. Oh. Oh my god, not again. He is gonna kill me if I don't eat some sandwiches here. Oh, sandwiches. Hold on, sir. Give me a moment. I gotta eat a handful of sandwiches. I need a snack. Just hold on just a moment. I need a snack in the midst of battle. What the fuck? Jesus. He's right there. Oh god, help me. Help me, Kaito. Oh my god, you almost killed me. I need another snack. Maybe a handful of snacks. Yeah, he's just push champing. Look at him. Get him, Kaito. Do something. Stop staring at him. Oh my god. Do something. Hit him. Just suplex him. He suplexed me earlier. Are they really not gonna do anything? It's just a stare down.
what you got.
They don't want to kill Steel. What a nice team. Honestly, yeah. Thanks, Kaito and Higashi. You finish him off with a casual leg sweep.
You can't run anymore, Akatsu. Can we talk now? Where's Soma? Where's he hiding?
That's him right now.
I don't know. He moves around more than I do.
Really? Are you really just another one of his pawns? Just gonna cover for him and obey his every word?
Soma can tell when someone's lying. He's always been able to. I won't be able to get away with bullshitting him. Friend or foe, if he finds a traitor, he stomps the rat dead. He can sniff out the faintest scent of betrayal. That's why I've always told him the truth. No point trying to BS him. In this business, nothing beats the ability to detect liars.
You serious right now? You're buying into some bullshit rumors, dumbass.
You just don't fucking get it, man. He can practically see the future. He was the first to bail from the Tojo clan. And usually, you need a shit ton of money to leave a clan if you don't want to be killed. That's what it's like to be a Yakuza.
Huh. Remember who you're talking to, asshole.
But Soma, he somehow knew there was no future for the Tojo, so he jumped ship. With no money and not even a word to the bosses, just up and left.
There's no way he could get away with that.
That's what I thought. I said the same thing to him when he was leaving. I warned him, they'll fucking erase you. The bastard just laughed. He said the clan was finished. No way could they kill him. Then he had the balls to give me advice. Said I should get out too and not worry about it.
What did he mean by that?
By that point, the Tojo clan didn't have the resources to properly deal with defectors. Soma understood that. And sure enough, he left without a word, and nobody tried to fuck with him.
It's true. Soma was the first guy to slip out. No doubt the dude knew what was up.
While the Tojo clan was limping to its grave, Soma went underground and built the arcade network all by himself.
And that's how you became his errand boy.
What do you expect? I can't control Soma. I'm just the public face of RK. He holds the reins. I've been cool with that ever since I joined.
At least you're enough of a man to admit what you are.
Akatsu, Soma's being used by public security. Know that?
Public security?
Why was Soma looking for Shinya Kawai and Kamurocho?
I don't know. All I heard was somebody hired him to do that.
Why is he after Kawana? How are Soma and public security linked? Give me something. Doesn't it at least ring a bell?
I don't know, man. The fuck you mean ring a bell? I don't know shit.
Wait. Nah. But maybe.
What is it?
Doc, is it possible that Soma himself is public security?
Soma working in public security? What do you mean?
Well, public security trains people to become spies, so they can infiltrate and collect intel. Right wing, left wing, anti-establishment citizens groups. You get the picture. They usually try to find a weak spot in the org. Someone they can turn to their side.
True, public security is an intelligence agency that uses spies all the time. How is Soma part of it?
So yeah, that's one way to do it. But sometimes a cop who's already in public security goes undercover to infiltrate something like a Yakuza organization. What you get is a Yakuza who knows everything about the police and would be super good at sniffing out liars.
You're saying Soma is actually an undercover agent?
You heard what this fool said. Soma figured out the Tojo clan didn't have a future, so he ditched them. You think some street punk's got that kind of foresight? He couldn't, unless he had intel from the law. That'd be a different beast.
He'd have to know the Tojo clan and Kamurocho like the back of his hand.
Including knowing that the Tojo clan would dissolve soon.
Yep. And then after he gets out, what does he do next? He makes a place for all the Yakuza coming out of the Tojo clan to find each other, right? Where public security can easily monitor them. That's why RK is still coming to ex-Tojo clan Yakuza like me.
In other words, RK was founded by public security to manage all the displaced Yakuza?
Sure as hell sounds like their MO. No matter how many crime rings they bring down, another always pops up in its place. This way, public security doesn't have to start from scratch. They can just keep tabs on all
I don't know why he's still sitting on the
It's
ground.
mind-blowing that they'd install their own
Afraid to
leader.
get his ass kicked, I guess.
Sure as hell sounds like
If he
collusion
stands
to
up.
me.
Soma? An undercover public security
He
agent?
pushed it.
Shit. We gotta move. Cut the fucking chit-chat.
Why?
He's gotta be fucking listening in on us right now. If he's public security.
Oh,
and heard all
Monka
that-
W. Already here. With
Get
guns.
your shit together, Akatsu. What does it matter?
Don't you get it? There's no way he'd want anyone else to fucking know.
Oh. Now he's fucking dead.
Stop shooting!
He was just pause champing the whole time. While we were people talking. Oh, rip. Yeah, they pulled out the smoke gun. And just ran away. Was he wearing a wire this whole time and he didn't even know? Like, yeah, I just died.
They found us.
Another chapter. To nourish a viper. Previously in Lost Judgment.
To return justice to the courtroom, Yagami makes a series of bold moves. However, Bondo, the man behind public security, makes a power play of his own, and the murderous Soma is still at large. Soma is believed to be a plant from public security, but that knowledge comes at a fatal price.
No, Kaito, he's back in business. The unit of the scheme. Chapter 12. To nourish a viper. How did we get out of that place? Oh, are we still gonna be there? No, no. How did we get out of there?
So the two shooters were dressed as policemen?
Yes, they're the ones who shot Akutsu.
They couldn't have been real officers, though, right?
Yeah. I'm guessing Soma gave uniforms to two of his own guys. Regardless of their affiliation, they were there on Soma's orders. Kaito-san's theory is that he's actually a public security agent.
Get this, talk. In America, they call people who go undercover moles.
Moles, huh?
If this really was public security, I can't believe they'd go so far as murder.
Soma probably thinks he's backed into a corner. Word got out he's been a plant since his Tojo days. Not even being the head honcho will save him. He'd be nothing but a rat.
A rat?
RK's got plenty of ex-Tojo in it.
Rat.
On his head for that.
I hadn't considered that.
Those fake cops tried to take us out too. They'll silence anyone who gets in the way.
Hey, you think your office could post some officers at Genda's? At least for tonight.
Sure, I can get that arranged.
Shouldn't you guys have protection too, though?
I appreciate the concern. But Kaito-san and Higashi are ex-Yakuza. Not exactly a good mix, you know?
Yeah. Not happening.
You said it. Thanks, but no thanks.
Soma's probably gonna head even deeper underground after all this. But if we can track him down, we'll get the dirt on public security we need. Then we can do right by Sawa-sensei. and even bring Kawana and Reiko Kusamoto to justice.
Alright, we get it. Let's walk Saori-san back to her office first, though. We'll save the rest for tomorrow.
Good idea. Don't worry, Saori-san. You should be safe from here on.
What gives, sorry? You change your look and the guys line up to protect you?
Maybe you should put some effort into it once in a while yourself.
Whoa.
Are you telling me
Wrecked.
this isn't effort?
Let's walk Saori-san back to get in the law office. We continue the conversation there.
Yagami-kun, you had it out with Prosecutor Takano the other day, right? Truth be told, he's in a precarious position right now. He only set out to do his job, but people are starting to think he was played for an alibi. It's not the best look for our office. Public opinion of us isn't as high as it once was.
Yep, the whole gang's all here.
With Aniki on your side, you don't need me out there. Besides, I should show up to work sometimes.
Take a picture. Let's all take a selfie together. I can't get you all in frame. Shit, hold on. Hey, I think that might be the best that it's gonna get. I like how they actually pose in front of the camera. There we go. The whole gang. Ayayay. Overloading on ayayay. Let's roll. Let's escort the plastic bag back to the office. Am I low on health? No. Oh, hey, you two.
Oh, hey. Heard it was a rough night. You alright?
When I heard Akatsu was shot, I just froze. All I could think was, what if something happened to Saori-san?
Couldn't spare a thought for us?
Well, we're glad everyone's safe.
Yeah, but Soma got the jump on us. He's a bigger threat than we thought.
What do you mean by that?
We think he's working undercover for public security.
Undercover?
It's a new development. I'm sure it puts a damper on Genda-sensei and Hoshino-kun's big night out.
Huh? Well,
yeah, let's talk about that.
I only showed up because Hoshino-kun talked me into it.
You said you wanted to see what it was like in there, too!
Did I really? I don't recall that.
Incredible. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go change.
To put it lightly, looks like you guys are in for the cold shoulder for a while.
Yeah, you don't want to know what happened there. I think it's best that you forgot.
Interesting. If what you say is true, a public security agent is scooping up thugs into RK.
Yeah, and his name's Kazuki Soma. We haven't confirmed it yet. But if he really is an undercover agent, then everything starts to make sense. Public security gets to use RK as their pawns, who feed them intel from the streets.
All those scumbags are just working for public security without even knowing it.
But that setup is exactly what let Soma and RK grow so successful in the first place. For example, I'm sure the guys who killed Akatsu are RK, but they were definitely decked out in real police gear. Soma's role in public security would make getting that gear easy.
If that's true, we can't trust anyone in uniform now. Should we be concerned about the police downstairs?
Don't worry. They're here thanks to Mafia.
All things considered, can't the police do anything about Soma?
Well, according to public security, there's no one by that name on record, so that's a dead end.
They must have wiped him from their files already.
Soma had to have been in the Tojo clan for 10 years minimum. He and Akutsu were both in the Nikkyo Consortium. Higashi knows more about that stuff than me, though.
Okay, we'll ask him about it tomorrow then.
Sounds good.
Guess that's it for tonight. Let's head up back to the agency and rest up. Baosinian.
I'll reach out to Higashi. We can meet at Charles tomorrow. Hopefully to get some sort of lead on Soma.
Saori-san's glow-up sure was something, but I think she looks great in her work outfits, too. This is the best law office in the world. Saori-san,
This guy.
We've finally caught a glimpse of our real opponent. And public security is a mighty big one at that. Be careful out there.
If Soma truly is working for public security, finding him before he finds us isn't guaranteed. But if we'd captured Akutsu alive, then we could have... It's frustrating.
Well, Kaito said we'll check it out tomorrow at Charles. We'll go ask Higashi. I agree. Let's do that tomorrow. Plus, it's getting late in real life. But hey, we only got 2 more chapters left. Oh, as soon as I say that, the bit rate went crazy for a bit. What the fuck? Yeah, we're nearing the end. Believe it or not, 2 more chapters. This one and 1 more. In order to progress the biker gang, I probably have to progress this. Ugh, the robotics club is just so ugh. You get to witness that? Glad to hear. I'm happy we got to. I'm finally happy we got back to playing some more of this too, because oh my god, the mission we just did with her at the cabaret club, that was that's fucking hilarious. Either way, that does it for today for this. Back out into the cozy menu.